السياق تقوم الهيئة العربية للاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي بدور محوري منذ تأسيسها عام 1976 من خلال مساهمتها في الدول العربية باستثماراتها في قطاعات الزراعة الأساسية، مما يسهم في تعزيز الأمن الغذائي وتقليص الفجوة الغذائية في المنطقة. وتولي دولة الإمارات أولوية خاصة لهذا الملف، إيماناً بدور السياسات المالية في دعم الاستثمار الزراعي وتطوير أدوات تمويل مبتكرة وتعزيز الشراكات بين القطاعين العام والخاص. وقد حققت الدولة نتائج ملموسة، حيث تصدرت دول المنطقة في مؤشر الأمن الغذائي العالمي لعام 2022، وحققت المركز الخامس عالمياً في التنافسية الإجمالية في عام 2025، مدعومة ببنية تحتية وتشريعات فعالة عززت مكانتها كمركز لوجستي إقليمي لتجارة الغذاء. وتأتي هذه الجهود في ظل تحديات كبيرة تواجه الأمن الغذائي العربي، إذ يعاني نحو 198 مليون شخص، أي قرابة 40% من سكان المنطقة، من مستويات مختلفة من انعدام الأمن الغذائي، من بينهم أكثر من 77 مليوناً في حالة شديدة، فيما تعتمد دول عديدة على الواردات لتأمين أكثر من نصف احتياجاتها الغذائية الأساسية. ويشكل هذا المؤتمر فرصة مهمة لمناقشة آليات التمويل واستعراض التجارب الناجحة وتسليط الضوء على دور التقنيات الحديثة والابتكار، بما في ذلك التقنيات الزراعية المتقدمة والذكاء الاصطناعي في رفع كفاءة الإنتاج وتعزيز مرونة النظم الغذائية. ونؤكد في الختام أهمية تعزيز التعاون العربي المشترك من خلال تنسيق الجهود وتكامل المبادرات وتبادل الخبرات، بما يدعم الاستثمار المشترك ويسهم في بناء منظومة غذائية عربية أكثر تكاملاً واستدامة. أشكركم على حضوركم ومشاركتكم، وأتمنى لأعمال المؤتمر كل التوفيق والنجاح. شكراً.
شكراً معاليك. والآن الاستماع إلى كلمة معالي عبد الله سليمان الشيخ، وزير الشؤون الاقتصادية والتنمية بالجمهورية الإسلامية الموريتانية ورئيس مساهمي الهيئة العربية للاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي، فليتفضل مشكوراً.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. يسرني أن أشاطركم إخوتي الأعزاء فرحة تلاقينا اليوم في هذا في هذا البلد الغالي والجميل من وطننا العربي. وأود بداية أن أتوجه بجزيل الشكر لدولة الإمارات الشقيقة الراعية للمؤتمر قيادة وشعبا على استضافة أعمالنا، والشكر موصول كذلك لسعادة رئيس مجلس إدارة الهيئة على حفاوة الاستقبال وكرم الضيافة والعناية الأخوية التي أحاطنا بها، وكذلك على ما لمسناه من تحضير متميز لأعمالنا. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، ينعقد مؤتمر مبادرات تحقيق الأمن الغذائي في الوطن العربي تحت الشعار الاستدامة هي الطريق نحو الأمن الغذائي. ذلك العنوان الذي لا شك أنه نابع من تشخيص دقيق وموفق للواقع العربي والعالمي أيضا. فالأمن الغذائي لم يعد مسألة عرض وطلب لمنتجات غذائية ولا مجرد استثمارات زراعية، بل بات مسألة سيادة وطنية بعدما بيّنته أحداث السنوات الأخيرة من تحديات مرتبطة باضطرابات سلاسل الإمداد وتقلبات الأسعار وتغييرات المناخ والمخاطر الجيوسياسية، ذلك ما جعل الأمن الغذائي في صدارة اهتمامات دولنا. ذلكم هو السياق الذي دعت فيه هيئتنا العتيقة إلى تنظيم مؤتمر يضع الأمن الغذائي في إطاره الشمولي، بحيث يغطي كافة حلقات المنظومة الغذائية، بدءاً بالاستثمار والتمويل، مروراً بالإنتاج والتصنيع والابتكار، وانتهاء بالنقل والتسويق. وستتطرق أعمال المؤتمر أيضاً للفرص الاستثمارية بالوطن العربي والتبادل البيني وتطوير مناخ الاستثمار. إنها فرصة للتقدم بجزيل الشكر لمنظمتنا على ما ظلت تبذله من جهود على مدى 5 عقود لتكون رافعة للاستثمار الزراعي وتعزيز الأمن الغذائي في الدول العربية. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، لقد دعت الهيئة لهذا المؤتمر إضافة إلى أصحاب القرار وصانع السياسات في المجال، الباحثين والخبراء ورواد الأعمال ومختلف المهتمين بالأمن الغذائي عموماً، وهي خطوة تستحق الإشادة. وسيتناول المؤتمر إضافة إلى إشكالية الاستدامة موضوعات مثل دور الذكاء الاصطناعي وإدارة المحافظ الاستثمارية الزراعية والمخاطر المرتبطة بها، مما يعكس وعياً عميقاً لدى الهيئة بحقيقة التكامل الوثيق بين مختلف حلقات منظومة الأمن الغذائي. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، اسمحوا لي بالتذكير هنا بأن الهيئة العربية للاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي تتوفر على استثمارات هامة في موريتانيا، وذلك في قطاعات الصيد البحري والزراعة المروية والتمويل الأصغر، وأن موريتانيا تمتلك فرصاً وميزات استثمارية هامة في قطاعات ذات قيمة مضافة عالية كالزراعة والتنمية الحيوانية والمصايد، حيث تتوفر على أكثر من 135 ألف هكتار قابلة للري، وعلى 30 مليون رأس من المواشي، وعلى 700 كيلومتر من الشواطئ الغنية بالأسماك. وإنني أدعو من هذا المنبر المستثمرين العرب لاستكشاف هذه الفرص عبر نسج شراكات اقتصادية مثمرة. ونحن نمتلك قانون استثمار محفز للاستثمارات الوطنية والأجنبية على حد السواء، وإطاراً قانونياً وتنظيمياً لتنمية الشراكة بين القطاعين العام والخاص. وقد وقعت بلادنا على اتفاقيات لحماية وتشجيع الاستثمارات مع دول عربية عديدة، كما أن موريتانيا، وذلك هو الأهم، تنعم والحمد لله بالأمن والسكينة. فالمستثمر لا بد أن يكون مطمئناً على نفسه وممتلكاته. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، لقد كانت موريتانيا تمتلك دائماً موارد طبيعية هامة، لكنها تمتلك اليوم ما هو أهم، تمتلك تصوراً متكاملاً للنهوض بالإنسان من خلال الرؤية التنموية لفخامة رئيس الجمهورية الإسلامية الموريتانية السيد محمد والشيخ الغزواني، التي تم ضمنها استحداث وزارة خاصة بالسيادة الغذائية، وتعمل حكومة معالي الوزير الأول في موريتانيا السيد المختار اللجي على تنفيذ برامج تنموية مندمجة هيكلية ساعدت في محاربة الفقر والهجرة وسوء التغذية، ومن تقليص الفجوة الغذائية في العديد من المنتوجات. وقد تم مؤخراً تسجيل نتائج استثنائية في إنتاج الأرز والخضروات. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، ختاماً لا يسعني إلا أن أجدد الشكر للهيئة العربية للاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي رئيساً وطاقماً، وأن أنوه بالدور الذي تقوم به، فهي نموذج لمؤسسة عربية تجمع بين منطق الاستثمار والتنمية، وكلنا ثقة من أنها ستواصل مسيرة التميز في مجال الأمن الغذائي في ظل هويتها المؤسسية الجديدة، الهيئة العربية للاستثمار والأمن الزراعي مير. ختاماً، وإذا تطلعوا إلى أن تكون اجتماعاتنا هذه محطة بارزة على طريق النهوض بالزراعة في وطننا العربي وأن تفضي إلى توصيات عملية تسهم في تعزيز الأمن الغذائي العربي بوصفه ركيزة للاستقرار وعنوانا للسيادة. أشكركم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
كل الشكر لمعاليك. والآن مع كلمة الجهة المنظمة يلقيها سعادة الدكتور عبيد سيف حمد الزعابي، رئيس مجلس إدارة الهيئة العربية للاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي، فليتفضل سعادته مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يشرفني أن أرحب بكم جميعاً في مؤتمر مبادرات تحقيق الأمن الغذائي في الوطن العربي، والذي تنظمه الهيئة العربية للاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي تحت شعار الاستدامة هي الطريق نحو الأمن الغذائي، وذلك برعاية كريمة من وزارة المالية بدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، نلتقي اليوم والهيئة تخلد الذكرى 50 لإنشائها، وهي مناسبة نستشعر فيها بكل فخر دلالة هذا الرقم وما يحمله من معاني نضح أو نضجت التجربة وتراكمت الخبرات. إنها لحظة تاريخية بامتياز، لا لنستحرض إنجازات الماضي فحسب، بل لننطلق منها نحو مستقبل أكثر إشراقاً واستدامة. وبهذه المناسبة أتوجه بأسمى آيات الشكر والامتنان إلى الدول الأعضاء، وأثمن ثقتهم الغالية التي دامت نصف قرن، كانت هي الركيزة الصلبة التي مكنت الهيئة من أداء رسالتها السامية في تعزيز الأمن الغذائي العربي. الحضور الكريم، تمر هذه المناسبة والهيئة تطلق هويتها المؤسسية الجديدة، الهيئة العربية للاستثمار في الأمن الغذائي مير، وهو تحول يعكس وعينا بضرورة صياغة نموذج استثماري متكامل بهدف سد الفجوة الغذائية العربية، وأيضاً ننتقل من مرحلة تشخيص التحديات إلى صناعة الحلول، وواضعين في نصب عيننا خارطة طريق سوف تركز بإذن الله تعالى على عدة محاور، أهمها الابتكار في تقديم حلول مرنة ومستدامة. وعليه نعلن عن توجهنا لإطلاق أول مؤشر مرجعي للأمن الغذائي في الوطن العربي بالتعاون مع مؤسسة عالمية مرموقة هي S&P Global ومؤسسة إزموت. سيكون هذا المؤشر البوصلة التي توجه الاستثمارات المؤسسية نحو قطاعات الزراعة والتصنيع الغذائي بكل شفافية ودقة. أيضاً سوف نركز على استخدام الأدوات المالية الرقمية لتحقيق الشمول المالي، وفي هذا الإطار نمضي قدما اليوم في إطلاق منصتنا الرقمية المتطورة بالشراكة مع شركة إيكويتي. تهدف هذه المنصة إلى ربط المستثمرين مباشرة بالأصول والفرص المتاحة، مما يسهل تدفق رؤوس الأموال ويوفر حلول تمويل سريعة. أيضاً سنركز على الاهتمام بالتمويل المتناهي الصغر، ولن يقتصر دورنا على كبار المستثمرين فقط، بل نعلن عن إطلاق صندوق تمويل لصغار المستثمرين في الأمن الغذائي كمنصة دائمة بالشراكة مع منظمة الفاو. السيدات والسادة، من هذا المنطلق أردنا لهذا المؤتمر أن يكون منصة عمل وحوار جاد، حيث يحتضن نخبة من الخبراء والباحثين من أكثر من 25 دولة على مدى يومين. وقد أثمر هذا الزخم العلمي عن استقبال 240 بحثاً وملخصاً بحثياً. تم قبول 67 بحثاً منها للعرض والمناقشة في 12 جلسة علمية، إضافة إلى طاولة مستديرة للمناقشة وجلسة متخصصة يديرها خبراء منظمة الفاو. وأنني أهنئ الباحثين المتميزين الفائزين بجوائز الهيئة، والذين سيتم تكريمهم اليوم تقديراً لجهودهم في تحويل الأعمال النظرية إلى مشروعات مستدامة. أدعوكم جميعا للانضمام إلى هذه المنظومة الاستثمارية الطموحة. إن الأمن الغذائي هو الاستثمار الأكثر أماناً، ولنجعل من مخرجات هذا المؤتمر ميثاقاً للعمل المشترك يضمن ازدهار منطقتنا العربية. وفي الختام أجدد الشكر والتقدير لمعالي وزير الشؤون المالية راعي هذا المؤتمر، وأيضاً إلى وزارة المالية الموقرة في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، وشركائنا والرعاة واللجان العلمية والتنظيمية، ولكل من ساهم في إنجاح هذا الحدث. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا لسعادتك. والآن مع كلمة سعادة الدكتور ناصر بكر القحطاني، مستشار الرئيسي ومبعوث برنامج الخليج العربي للتنمية إجفاند، فليتفضل سعادته مشكورا.
صبحكم الله بالخير أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة. يشرفني أن أشارككم اليوم خلاصة تجربة امتدت أكثر من 3 عقود، تابعت خلالها تحول مفاهيم التنمية وتغير أدوات التمويل وتطوير النقاش العالمي حول الأمن الغذائي. وخلاصة هذه التجربة تعلمت درساً جوهرياً: الأمن الغذائي لا يبدأ من الحقول فقط، بل من الإنسان الذي يعمل في الحقل، من المزارع الصغير، ومن قدرته على الصمود والإنتاج والاندماج في الاقتصاد. لقد شهدنا عبر سنوات مبادرات كثيرة صادقة في نواياها، لكنها بقيت محدودة الأثر، لأنها تعاملت مع صغار المزارعين بوصفهم مستفيدين لا شركاء، تعاملت معهم كوحدات إنتاج لا كرواد أعمال. ومن هنا تشكلت قناعتي بأن تحقيق الأمن الغذائي يتطلب تحولاً من المقاربة، لا مجرد زيادة في التمويل، بل ينقلنا من الدعم إلى التمكين، ومن الإغاثة إلى الاستثمار، ومن حلول المؤقتة إلى النظم المستدامة. وانطلاقاً من هذه الرؤية جاءت المبادرة الرائدة للأمن الغذائي التي أطلقت في عام 2024 خلال مؤتمر كاب 16 في الرياض بقيادة برنامج الخليج العربي الأجفند وبشركاء دوليين، وتمويل هدفها واضح وسليم، وهو تعزيز صمود النظم الغذائية عبر تمكين صغار المزارعين، لأنه 70% مما يأتينا من إنتاج زراعي يأتي من صغار المزارعين، و40% من الأراضي بالعالم degraded متأثرة تنتج أكثر من 70% من إنتاجنا. فلا يوجد حلول للأمن الغذائي إلا إذا طالعنا لصغار المزارعين as a champion في الإنتاج ومراعاة في الأداء. لذلك يعني يسعدنا أن يكون معنا اليوم أيضاً بعد كلمة هذه الأمين العام للمبادرة، لأن هذه المبادرة على الرغم أنها بدأت من الأجفند، والأجفند المدعوم من أصحاب الجلالة والسمو قادة دول الخليج من الثمانينات، وبسبورت قوي من مجموعة التنسيق، إلا أنها أصبحت هذه المبادرة اليوم دولية تستضاف في الكاب تراست، وأصبح فيها أكثر من 100 مشارك، فيها حكومات وقطاع خاص وذا، ولن أسبق ذلك. وهذه المبادرة لا تنظر إلى الزراعة كقطاع تقليدي، بل كمنظومة متكاملة: تمويل ذكي، حماية تأمينية، تقنيات زراعية حديثة، وربط حقيقي بالأسواق وسلاسل القيمة. وهي مبادرة تنسجم مع أهداف التنمية المستدامة، لا سيما القضاء على الفقر، لكنها تذهب إلى أبعد من ذلك، حيث تقدم الزراعة كفرص استثمارية ذات أثر اقتصادي واجتماعي طويل المدى. لكن دعوني أكون واضحاً: هذه المبادرة لم تبدأ من فراغ، فقبلها بسنوات عملت الأجفند مع عدد من الدول العربية والأفريقية على نهج من القاعدة إلى القمة، واضعة صغار المزارعين في قلب الحل لا على هامشه. عملنا على تنظيم تعاونيات وتمكينهم قانونياً وتوفير الادخار ودمجهم في سلاسل الإمداد. عندما كان الاجتماع في السوشيال سامت 1995 كله لدعم الفقراء وإخراجهم من الفقر عن طريق خلق العمل، ولم يكن هناك اهتمام بالشمول المالي. نحن نتحدث اليوم عن الشمول المالي إلى أداة أكثر تطويراً بأنها الوصول للاندماج ومن ثم للحماية، والحماية تتم عن طريق تقديم التأمين والادخار، وتنطلق إلى التمكين، والتمكين عن طريق السكيل وربط بسلاسل الإمداد. ففي السودان يعني في تأميننا رأينا كيف تتحول السياسات إلى واقع. مزارعين حصلوا على تمويل وتأمين زراعي وبذور محسنة وبيانات طاقة وأدوات رقمية، وحيث فشل المحصول بسبب الجفاف، إذا فشل لم يترك المزارع وحده بل حمي بالتأمين ثم عاد إلى الموسم القادم. هل تتخيلون اليوم أن المزارع الصغير الموجود في السودان عنده تأمين مربوط بالوذر اندكس ويعطى تعويض؟ فأحد المزارعين اللي هو عثمان كوردي ضاعف إنتاجه 3 مرات. ليه؟ لأنه أصبح لديه تأمين وأصبح لديه ربط بسلاسل الإمداد. وهذه ليست يعني قصة فردية بل دليل على أن التمكين الحقيقي يغير المعادلة. وهنا أصل إلى النقطة الأهم. الأمن الغذائي العربي لا يمكن تحقيقه بمبادرة منفردة. نحن بحاجة إلى شراكات تكاملية تجمع بين العمل الميداني القاعدي والاستثمار المؤسسي طويل الأجل والسياسات الإقليمية الداعمة. ومن هنا تبرز الشراكة بين برنامج الخليج العربي للتنمية والهيئة العربية للاستثمار المزارعي كنموذج عملي قابل للتوسيع يربط صمود المزارعين في الحقل والاستراتيجيات الاستثمار على المستوى الإقليمي. وهنا يبرز دور مهندسها الدكتور عبيد. ألف شكر لهذا النموذج الذي أصبح اليوم مطبق في كل من السودان ولديه ما أزمته. تصور اليوم بأن المزارع يحصل على قرض الآن بالسودان ومربوط مع السبلاي تشين. لا أبالغ إذا قلت لكم أن المزارعين بالسودان اليوم يصدروا البينات ويصدروا الصمغ العربي. فشكرا لك عبيد، وامتدنا الآن إلى العمل في موريتانيا، وهذا سوف يحقق أشياء تربطنا وتجعلنا نعمل سويا. السيدات والسادة، إذا أردنا أمنا غذائيا مستدام فعلينا أن نعيد تعريف دور المزارع ودور التمويل ودور الشراكة. فالأمن الغذائي ليس مسألة إنتاج بل مسألة تمكين واستقرار وسيادة تنموية. الأمن الغذائي العربي لن يتحقق بكثرة المشاريع بل بعمق التحول. وحين نمكن المزارع ونستثمر في الصمود نكون قد استثمرنا في مستقبل أوطاننا. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا لسعادتك. ننتقل الآن للاستماع إلى كلمة سعادة الفارو لاريو رئيس الصندوق الدولي للتنمية الزراعية IFAD، فليتفضل مشكورا.
Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted here to be today to talk about the issue of vital importance to the Arab world, food security, and especially how we can achieve it in a resilient, sustainable, and inclusive manner. This comes at a time when the region is facing a good number of challenges, some of the highest level of water scarcity globally, rapid land degradation, and an alarming rate of agriculture productivity loss. I was pleased to see the Minister of State of Financial Affairs as he was exiting, and this also shows the leadership of UAE, also from the financial side in terms of the importance it attaches to food security. In the case of IFAD, UAE has been a leader and it has been also a founding member since 1977. Recently, I was at the World Economic Forum at Davos, and it became very clear that we speak two different languages, the private sector and the public sector. And for us, it's important, especially at gatherings like today, and I know there's going to be a good number of discussions, that we look at what are the platforms, at the mechanisms that can mobilize that private sector to address some of the global public challenges. Private sector has many different other variables, speed, risk and return, the need of reliance, that many times we do not take into consideration. But that's why I think it's very important that we find mechanisms and what we look at really instruments that can address that public and private partnership. For IFAD, investing in agri-food systems through strong public and private partnerships is a powerful accelerator of inclusive growth in rural areas, rural jobs, and also resilience. And this is what I would like to talk to you about today. As many of our partners in the room know, IFAD's mission is to contribute to global food security by working with small-scale farmers, rural small and medium enterprises so that they become more productive, more resilient, and also more profitable, because farming is a business. These farmers, despite producing a large share of national food supplies, are among the most exposed to climate shocks, to water shortages, and to market volatility. That's why we focus on communities and on producers who are often left behind by economic growth, but at the same time produce a significant share of the food that is feeding all of us. IFAD is particularly active in the Arab region, investing in 15 Arab countries because of the important role as a hub for global finance, innovation, and South-South collaboration that the region is. IFAD has ongoing projects across the region, in particular in countries where the need to strengthen domestic food production and rural livelihoods is the most urgent. That's why I would like to thank warmly Dr. Obaid Saif Hamad Al-Sabi, Chairman of the Board of the Arab Authority for Agriculture, Investment and Development, for the leadership in organizing this important conference. To understand why the partnership between IFAD and the Arab region matters so much, let me reflect for a moment on the regional context in which we are operating. When we look across the Middle East and North Africa, we see a region that is advancing at two very different speeds. On the one hand, ultra-modern cities such as Dubai thrive with some of the world's most technologically advanced farms and global supply chains. On the other hand, many of these cities are also fed by millions of small-scale farmers, pastoralists, and food artisans who grow and process food using traditional, labor-intensive methods and depend almost entirely on rainfall and on fragile ecosystems. They face at the same time rising temperatures, severe water shortages, and declining yields. This brings me to my first core point. True food security in the Arab world cannot be achieved without sustained investment in the region's agri-food enterprises. Food security is not only about national supply and trade. It is also ensuring that everyone, everywhere in the region has enough to eat and can make a decent living of farming as a business, and that they also have a stake in rising prosperity. At IFAD, our investments take a comprehensive approach, linking agriculture, climate, nutrition, finance, and markets to deliver lasting policies and institutional change. We partner closely with national governments, multilateral development banks, public development banks, private financial companies, and also local communities in order to address root structural constraints and challenges, including water scarcity, exclusion, weak market access, and vulnerability to climate shocks. In practical terms, let me share 3 concrete examples of how we work in the region to build resilience, boost productivity, and connect these farmers to markets. In Egypt, for example, IFAD is promoting resilience in desert environments. In the Marsa Matruh province, which is located in the northwest and which is notorious for its harsh arid conditions, we are supporting the rehabilitation of 100 kilometers of wadis and working with 2,000 Bedouin families to construct small dams that enhance water retention. These investments are already improving harvests of figs and olives, providing greater water availability and more stable livelihoods in an already fragile ecosystem. In Sudan, despite ongoing conflict, IFAD has been investing in sustainable natural resources and livelihoods since 2019. In a 10-year investment program, it's working with pastoralists, agro-pastoralists, and smallholders to strengthen both the income and the resilience. We are restoring ecosystems, adapting production systems to climate change, improving access to agricultural services, supporting livelihood diversification, expanding access to finance, and building the capacity of community institutions. This is vital, not only to improve nutrition, but also to provide hope, stability, and a foundation of long-term recovery. Finally, let me also highlight, for example, also Jordan, where we have been scaling up highly successful rural economic growth and employment programs by enhancing productivity of small-scale farmers and rural entrepreneurs. When IFAD invests in these programs, we only provide part of the investment. The Islamic Development Bank, in this case, is also providing another quarter, the Agricultural Credit Corporation. Even the beneficiaries and the communities also invest in these programs. This leads directly to my second point. We invest with partners like the Arab countries because we all understand that investments in agri-food sector delivers some of the highest economic and social returns. As the Jordan example demonstrates, for every dollar that we invest ourselves, we crowd in up to $6 of investment on the ground. And my third point is precisely about partnership and scale. By combining AAID's financial strength and regional mandate with IFAD's global expertise and grassroots network, together we have the potential to scale up together many of these investments. The Arab Coordination Group has a crucial role to play, in particular in ensuring that these investment approaches are complementary and funding goes where it's needed for the greatest impact. You know the region better than anyone. AAID, as a leading agriculture investor across 12 Arab countries and having a strong on-the-ground presence, for example, in Sudan, you're aware of the tremendous opportunities that also exist within food systems. By working together, we can design the tailored financial instruments I started with that channel capital to where it's needed most, the rural communities that will drive the region's future food supply. Let me finalize by saying that we are also launching this year our 14th replenishment of financial resources, which will be key to be as concessional as possible, because many of the countries actually, as you know, are also having a lot of challenges with relation to debt. So that's why concessional resources and grant resources are more important than ever. Our case for investment is strong. Recent impact assessments show that an average increase in our investments increased 34% of the income of the communities, 35% of the production, and 34% of the market access among the rural communities we invest in. Arab countries were instrumental in establishing IFAD, and you have been a valuable partner with us for nearly 50 years. We count on you for the next decades ahead. Thank you very much for your attention.
شكرا لسعادتك. ختام كلمات الجلسة الافتتاحية مع كلمة الدكتور كونراد راين، المدير العام للمبادرة العالمية الرائدة للأمن الغذائي والمتحدث الرئيسي للمؤتمر، فليتفضل مشكورا.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin on a personal note. My 77-year-old mother often tells me how extraordinary it is that such a global initiative on food security, the global flagship initiative for food security, was born here in the Gulf region. She says it with genuine amazement and with pride. Her words matter because for a long time, global food security leadership was assumed to come from elsewhere. That assumption no longer holds. Vision, commitment, and action are increasingly coming from the Arab world, and particularly from the Gulf. That leadership matters because food security is not only about calories and commodities. It is about dignity, it is about stability, and it is also about the ability of societies to shape their own future. We are meeting at a time when global food systems are under unprecedented pressure. Growing environmental and market volatility, land degradation, water scarcity, supply chain disruptions, and geopolitical instability are converging in ways we have not seen before. For the Arab world, these challenges are not theoretical. They directly affect national security, economic stability, and social cohesion. Yet, this moment of risk is also a moment of opportunity, an opportunity to rethink food security not as a crisis response, but as a long-term investment strategy grounded in sustainability. This is precisely the context in which the Global Flagship Initiative for Food Security was born. The initiative was catalyzed by visionary leadership from the Gulf region, starting with Akfand and Badea. Early political commitment and strategic investment demonstrated that the Arab world is not only reacting to global challenges, but shaping global solutions. Its official launch at UNCCD COP16 in Riyadh in December 24 was strategic, not symbolic. It placed sustainability at the heart of the global food security agenda and sent a clear signal. Food, water, land, climate must be addressed together. In just 1 year, the flagship has grown into a global movement advancing SDG 2, Zero Hunger, through a new model of inclusive, action-oriented cooperation. Hosted by the Crop Trust, an international organization which established the Secretariat in Bonn, Germany. In early 25, the initiative now brings together more than 100 partners from around the world. The Arab Authority for Agricultural Investment and Development is a proud member of the flagship, and I sincerely thank my friend Dr. Obaid Al-Sabi and his team for convening us today. We are joined by key flagship members, including from Akfand, Dr. Nasser Al-Khatani, actually the founding father of the flagship and co-chair of the initiative, the Arab Organization for Agricultural Development, and the Islamic Organization for Food Security. This diversity reflects a fundamental truth. Food security cannot be delivered by any single actor. It requires alignment between political leadership, science, finance, and implementation. The flagship operates through 3 pillars: collaborating beyond geopolitics, mobilizing private sector investment, especially in women and youth, and delivering impact with agility. The objective is simple: move from dialogue to delivery. For the Arab world, sustainability is not a slogan, it is a strategic imperative. In water-scarce and climate-stressed environments, unsustainable agriculture is simply not viable. Sustainable agriculture, by contrast, increases productivity per unit of land and water, reduces risk, and builds resilience. Sustainability is not a cost, it is an investment in long-term stability and returns. This is why SDG 2 cannot be separated from how we manage land, water, livelihoods, and inclusive economic growth over the long term. Hunger is both a cause and a consequence of a systemic failure across the 2030 agenda. Within its first year, the flagship has already moved from coordination to action, launching its first funded country activities. These are early results, but they are tangible, and they show what is possible when political will, finance, and expertise align. For AAAID, food security is not an abstract concept, it is a strategic mandate. Food security is not only about increasing production, it is about securing access, reducing volatility, and strengthening control over agri-food value chains. AAID, long-term partnership-based investment approach across borders and value chains, turns food security into resilience rather than vulnerability. Arab-led agricultural investment, innovative financing, and private sector mobilization are central to transforming food systems. Strategic investments in infrastructure, processing, storage, and logistics reduce post-harvest losses, strengthen intra-Arab trade, and retain value within the region. Small farmers must see not as beneficiaries, but as strategic assets. When integrated into value chains and supported by finance and technology, they become drivers of food security, employment, and inclusive growth. Public resources alone will not close the food security gap. Private capital must be mobilized at scale, and this is where AAAID's role as an anchor investor is indispensable. The flagship has gained strong political backing, including ministerial endorsements by all IGAD member states, Cameroon, South Africa, and public support from the United Nations Deputy Secretary General and the President of the African Development Bank, who are both champions for the flagship. Dedicated youth and civil society work streams alongside a scientific advisory committee bringing together some of the world's most renowned food security researchers ensure that our work is evidence-based and future-oriented. Allow me one final personal reflection. Since 2015, I have worked on food security with the European Commission, European Union, the G7 and the G20. And I often ask myself, why is hunger still with us? The answer is not a lack of knowledge or money. It is a fragmentation, short-termism, and misalignment between policy, finance, and delivery. And this is exactly the gap the Global Flagship Initiative is designed to fill. That is why I'm asking for your support. I invite governments, investors, development institutions, researchers, and private sector leaders, and the UAE government in particular, to join the Global Flagship Initiative for Food Security to translate ambition into investment and investment into impact. Food security is no longer a distant challenge. It is a present-day investment decision with long-term consequences. The Arab world has the capital, the experience, and the strategic imperative to lead. The flagship is here, the time is now, so I invite us all to get serious about food security together. Thank you very much.
شكرا دكتور. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، الضيوف الكرام، نصل الآن إلى اللحظة الحاسمة في مؤتمرنا هذا، وهي لحظة تجسد الرؤية إلى واقع ملموس عبر إطلاق المشاريع الاستراتيجية التي ستعيد رسم خارطة الاستثمار في الأمن الغذائي في منطقتنا. ندعو الآن معالي الدكتور عبد الله سليمان وزير الشؤون الاقتصادية والتنمية الجمهورية الإسلامية الموريتانية رئيس مجلس المساهمين الهيئة العربية للاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي، ومعالي محمد يسر بورنيه وزير المالية السوري، وسعادة يونس الخوري وكيل وزارة المالية، وسعادة الدكتور عبيد سيف حمد الزعابي رئيس مجلس إدارة الهيئة العربية للاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي للصعود للمنصة لتدشين هذه اللحظة التاريخية الشاهدة على بزوغ فجر جديد للأمن الغذائي العربي. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، سيداتي وسادتي، في إطار تعزيز الشراكات الاستراتيجية وترسيخ التعاون المؤسسي، تعلن الهيئة العربية للاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي عن توقيع عدد من مذكرات التفاهم مع شركائها الاستراتيجيين تتضمن إطلاق عدد من المبادرات بما يسهم في دعم منظومة الاستثمار الزراعي والأمن الغذائي في المنطقة العربية. يشرفنا دعوة السيد سيردار اكتاسلي الرئيس التنفيذي لمجموعة أزيموت للتفضل بالصعود إلى المنصة. حيث نبدأ أولاً بتوقيع اتفاقية تأسيس أول صندوق استثماري مخصص للأمن الغذائي في المنطقة العربية، وذلك بالتعاون مع مجموعة أزيموت العالمية، والذي يهدف إلى الاستثمار في أسهم الأمن الغذائي في الدول العربية وتحفيز الاستثمارات المستدامة في هذا القطاع الحيوي، وإطلاق مؤشر الأمن الغذائي العربي بالشراكة مع مجموعة أزيموت العالمية و S&P Global، وهو أول مؤشر مالي في المنطقة يرصد أداء الشركات العاملة في قطاع الغذاء مما يوفر للمستثمرين أداة تحليلية شفافة ومعيارية تعزز من تدفق رؤوس الأموال نحو هذا القطاع الحيوي.
In a world where economic uncertainty and climate change are accelerating, pressure on food supply chains is rising. Food security emerges as a priority for development and stability in the Arab world. For over 5 decades, the Arab Authority for Agricultural Investment and Development has driven regional progress, combining strategic investment with real developmental impact. Today, in collaboration with Azimut, the authority launches the Food Security Index, a powerful tool to track performance, guide decision makers, and unlock smarter, more sustainable investment. In parallel, a first-of-its-kind investment fund will be launched focused on food security, investing in publicly listed companies across agriculture, food manufacturing, and supply chains. Strengthening Arab food security is our mission. Arab Authority for Agricultural Investment and Development. Investing in food, shaping the future.
نتشرف بدعوة معالي الدكتور عبد الله سليمان وزير الشؤون الاقتصادية والتنمية الجمهورية الإسلامية الموريتانية للتفضل بالتقدم لإعطاء إشارة البدء الرسمية عبر قرع الجرس إعلاناً عن الإطلاق التاريخي الأول للمؤشر الأمن الغذائي في العالم العربي، لتبدأ معه مرحلة جديدة من الشفافية والنمو في أسواقنا المالية الزراعية. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، سيداتي وسادتي، يشرفنا الآن دعوة السيد غورينغ ديساي المدير العام لمجموعة إكويتي للتفضل بالصعود إلى المنصة. في إطار توجه الهيئة العربية للاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي نحو تبني الحلول الرقمية المتقدمة وتعزيز كفاءة أسواق الاستثمار الزراعي، تعلن الهيئة عن توقيع اتفاقية استراتيجية مع مجموعة إكويتي لتطوير منصة رقمية متخصصة لإدراج شركات الأمن الغذائي. وتهدف هذه الاتفاقية إلى إرساء بنية رقمية متطورة تعتمد على تقنيات التوريق الرقمي عبر البلوكتشين، مع توظيف أدوات الذكاء الاصطناعي في عمليات التقييم والتحليل المالي، بما يسهم في تمكين شراكات القطاع الخاص ولا سيما الشركات الناشئة والمتوسطة من الوصول إلى فرص استثمارية أوسع وفق معايير الكفاءة والحوكمة. نحن بصدد تدشين منصة رقمية متطورة هي الأولى من نوعها مخصصة لإدراج وتداول أسهم شركات القطاع الخاص العاملة في مجال الأمن الغذائي داخل الدول العربية وخارجها. ما يميز هذه المنصة هو اعتمادها الكلي على تقنيات التوريق الرقمي عبر تقنية البلوكتشين، مع دمج أدوات الذكاء الاصطناعي في عمليات التقييم والتحليل المالي، مما يمنح الشركات الناشئة والمتوسطة وصولاً غير مسبوق لأسواق المال العالمية بكفاءة وأمان. نعم. يشرفنا دعوة الدكتور أحمد مختار ممثل منظمة الأغذية والزراعية فاو للتفضل بالصعود إلى المنصة للتوقيع. وتأكيداً على التزام الهيئة بتعزيز التعاون مع المنظمات الدولية، تعلن الهيئة العربية للاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي عن توقيع مذكرة تفاهم مع منظمة الأغذية والزراعة للأمم المتحدة فاو بهدف تقديم الدعم الفني وبناء القدرات وتعزيز الاستثمار الزراعي المستدام. كما تضمن هذه الشراكة الإعلان عن إنشاء صندوق تمويل صغار المزارعين والصيادين والمؤسسات الصغيرة والمتوسطة، حيث ستقدم الهيئة رأس المال المبدئي لهذا الصندوق ليكون أداة فاعلة في تمكين الفئات الأساسية في سلاسل الإنتاج الزراعي. الدرع عليه.
بريك الآن، ما يكون تكريم الآن، بعد شوية.
والآن مع وقفة إن شاء الله ونعود إليكم.
شكرا.
السلام عليكم. ندعو الجميع للجلوس في أماكنهم حيث سنبدأ بعد قليل. ندعو الجميع للجلوس في أماكنهم حيث سنبدأ بعد قليل. السلام عليكم. ندعو الجميع خارج القاعة للدخول والجلوس في أماكنهم حيث سنبدأ بعد قليل. ندعو الجميع خارج القاعة للدخول والجلوس في أماكنهم حيث سنبدأ بعد قليل. شكراً. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته مرة أخرى. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة السيدات والسادة، إيماناً من الهيئة العربية للاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي بأهمية الأبحاث ومساهمتها في تعزيز الأمن الغذائي من خلال تطوير القطاع الزراعي والإنتاج الحيواني باستخدام التقنيات الحديثة والمستدامة، فقد خصصت الهيئة جوائزاً للأبحاث الفائزة في عدد من المحاور ذات العلاقة. ونتشرف بدعوة معالي عبد الله سليمان الشيخ وزير الشؤون الاقتصادية والتنمية بالجمهورية الإسلامية الموريتانية، وسعادة الدكتور عبيد سيف حمد الزعابي رئيس مجلس إدارة الهيئة العربية للاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي، لتكريم الأبحاث الفائزة إضافة إلى تكريم الرعاة لهذا المؤتمر الكريم. أولاً، مع الراعي الفضي الشركة الكويتية للاستثمار سعادة فواز سليمان الأحمد الرئيس التنفيذي. سيكو سعادة نجلاء الشيراوي الرئيس التنفيذي للمجموعة. الراعي البرونزي TCW سعادة وائل يونان المدير العام والرئيس التنفيذي. فرانكلين تيمبلتون خالد ميريجان رئيس تطوير الأعمال المؤسسية للشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا. أما الآن مع الراعي أو شركة الفيوم لصناعة السكر سعادة الكيميائي أسامة عبد الرحمن. إليت أجرو سعادة حسن جيلاوي الرئيس التنفيذي للشركة. وأما الآن مع الراعي الإعلامي اتحاد وكالات أنباء دول منظمة التعاون الإسلامي الأستاذ أيمن الحناوي للتفضل بالصعود نيابة عن الاتحاد. وإلى الفائزين بالمحاور البحثية للمؤتمر والتي تظهر على الشاشة. المحور الأول: إلى المحور الثاني: أما الآن إلى المحور الثالث: نعم، التقييم الاقتصادي للاستثمار في الاستزراع السمكي في مصر. مروة حسن محمود. المحور الرابع والفائزين: شاهد محمد الشيخ، مطلق محمد العتيبي، وفرج علي صالح. المحور الخامس والأخير: مغير عبد العزيز، شفيق الرحمن، بلشاب شهباني، محمد اليافعي، وخالد مسعودي. شكرا معاليك، شكرا سعادتك. حضورنا الكريم، الآن نعود لاستكمال أعمالنا من الجلسة الأولى التي تركز على تقديم الرؤى حول مبادرات تحقيق الأمن الغذائي. نبدأ هذه الجلسة مع معالي البروفيسور عبد المجيد بن عمارة، الأمين العام لاتحاد مجالس البحث العلمي العربي، فليتفضل مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة الحضور الكرام. اسمحوا لي في البداية أن أهنئ الهيئة العربية للاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي على نجاح هذا المؤتمر الهام والمتعلق بأحد أوكد أولويات المنطقة العربية، ألا وهو الأمن الغذائي. كما أهنئ الهيئة أيضا بهذا النسق التصاعدي في السنوات الأخيرة، حيث نظمت الهيئة عديد الأنشطة، ونتابع بكل اهتمام إنجازات الهيئة. في منظومة العمل العربي المشترك لنا والحمد لله منظمات تعمل على الأمن الغذائي، منها الهيئة العربية للاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي، المنظمة العربية للتنمية الزراعية، وكذلك أكساد. ولنا أيضا منظومة هامة تسند هذه المجهودات في مجال البحث العلمي. لنا اتحادين، اتحاد مجالس البحث العلمي العربية الذي أتشرف بتمثيله، وأيضا اتحاد الجامعات العربية. سأحاول في هذا العرض الوجيز إلقاء الضوء على بعض المبادرات التي يقوم بها اتحاد مجالس البحث العلمي العربية في مجال الأمن الغذائي في المنطقة العربية. الاتحاد منظمة عمرها الآن تقريبا 50 سنة، يعمل على دعم البحوث في المنطقة العربية، ويركز أو أهدافه تركز على دعم التميز العلمي في شتى المجالات البحثية، وأيضا على إعطاء دور مهم في رسم السياسات في المنطقة العربية للعلوم، وكذلك يعمل على تشبيك الباحثين في المنطقة العربية، سواء كان بين الباحثين بالمنطقة العربية أو مع نظرائهم على مستوى دولي. نبدأ بالمبادرة الأولى، وهي مبادرة تكاد تكون الأولى من نوعها في المنطقة العربية، ألا وهي مبادرة التحالفات العربية للبحث العلمي والابتكار، والتي تسعى لتكوين فرق بحثية أو كتل بحثية هامة حسب مواضيع بحثية معينة، تعمل مع بعضها وتتبادل خبراتها وتشجع على النشر العلمي المشترك، وكذلك تشجع على الابتكار بالمنطقة العربية. وهذه المبادرة تركز على 5 مجالات، من أهمها المجالات المتعلقة بالأمن الغذائي، ونذكر منها ما هو متعلق بالبيئة والزراعة، وكذلك ما هو متعلق بالطاقة والمياه. ولكن أيضا هذه المبادرة تهتم بالتكنولوجيات البازغة من ذكاء اصطناعي واستعمالاته المختلفة، وكذلك بمجال الصحة، وهو مجال مهم جدا في المنطقة العربية، دون أن ننسى مجال العلوم الإنسانية والاجتماعية الذي نوليه أهمية أيضا. انطلقت المبادرة في سنة 23، وكان هدفها تكوين فرق بحثية تشتغل مع بعض على هذه المجالات ال5، وخصص الاتحاد منصة رقمية بالكامل لاستقبال المشاريع البحثية. فاستقبلنا تقريبا ما يزيد على 400 مشروع في ال5 مجالات، وبعد التقييم العلمي وعرضها على لجان التمويل، يعني يمول الاتحاد حاليا منذ 2 سنين 28 مشروع في ال5 مجالات المختلفة. سأعرض أهم المشاريع المتعلقة بالتنمية بالأمن الغذائي، منها المشروع الأول، ويضم في عضويته، هذا اللي على اليمين، فيضم في عضويته باحثون من 11 دولة عربية، يعني أو 10 دول عربية، ويشتغل بالأساس على موضوع التمور. ونلاحظ أن عضوية الباحثين من مختلف ال10 دول هي جلها دول منتجة للتمور، ويهدف هذا المشروع لتبادل نتائج البحث في المنطقة العربية فيما يخص التمور ويعني تحسين جودة الإنتاج ومعالجة الحشرات، وأيضا تطبيق الذكاء الاصطناعي في يعني في مجال التمور بصفة عامة. المشروع الثاني يركز على التغيرات المناخية، وهو يضم في عضويته 4 دول أو باحثون من 4 دول. والمشروع الثالث مشروع فيه 5 دول، ويعمل على تطوير نظام تفريع جديد لمعالجة المحاصيل الزراعية بطريقة متكاملة، ومعالجة يعني باستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي لتعزيز كفاءات الري والإنتاج الزراعي في البلدان العربية. أيضا هنالك مشاريع أخرى تركز على ربما الزراعة الذكية واستخدام لقاحات غذائية في المنطقة العربية، وكذلك مشروع أيضا للإنتاج الحيواني الذكي، وهو يضم في عضويته باحثون من 4 دول عربية. أختم بهذا المشروع، قائمة هذه المشاريع، هذا المشروع المهم في تحلية المياه، والذي أنتج يعني براءتي اختراع وقع تسجيلهم على مستوى دولي في منظمة الوايبو. ونحن في الاتحاد نحث الباحثون المتميزون على أن لا تكون مخرجات هذه المشاريع البحثية منحصرة فقط في شهائد الدكتوراه والمنشورات العلمية، بل يجب أن يكون مخرجات هذه المشاريع تتجه أكثر لبراءات الاختراع والشركات الناشئة. منذ شهرين أطلقنا النسخة الثانية من هذه المبادرة، ونسجل بكل ارتياح الإقبال الكبير للباحثين من المنطقة العربية على ربما الاشتغال مع بعضهم في مختلف المجالات ال5 التي ذكرتها، ونخص بالذكر المجالات المتعلقة بالأمن الغذائي. ولكن نسجل بكل ارتياح هذه الشراكة العريضة هذه المرة لهذه المبادرة، إذ يعني انطلقت المبادرة في 22 دولة عربية. وربما من أحد أهم نقاط قوة هذا الاتحاد هو أنه يستمد قوته من عضوية 22 دولة عربية دون استثناء، وعضوية نشطة. أيضا شراكة المنظمات العربية، ونخص بالذكر الهيئة العربية للإنماء الاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي، منظمة أكساد، المنظمة العربية للتنمية الزراعية، وكذلك شركاء دوليين، وكذلك أيضا شركاء من منظمات عربية أخرى. انتقل الآن إلى برنامج ثاني، وهو بالشراكة مع المنظمة العربية للتنمية الزراعية، وهو برنامج الابتكار الأخضر. ويعني أوجز لأقول أن هذا البرنامج ليس برنامج بحثي، ولكن برنامج يشجع على الابتكار البحثي، الابتكار الأخضر الذي له علاقة بالزراعة وبالبيئة وبالتغيرات المناخية، ونركز بالذات على الابتكارات المتأتية من بحوث علمية. طبعا خصصنا منصة كاملة لهذا البرنامج، وتلقينا عديد الأفكار وقعت غربلتها أو فرزها، وربما في مختلف هذه المجالات، من مقاومة التصحر إلى ربما تكرير النفايات في الوسط الفلاحي بصفة عامة، إلى ربما دعم الانتربرونور شيب في مجال الزراعة وإلى غيره. تلقينا مشاريع مهمة من عديد الدول العربية هذه الخريطة، ووقعت ربما غربلتها أو فرزها من قبل ناس مختصين في الشركات الناشئة، وليسوا ناس مختصين في البحث العلمي. ووقع تقديم هذه المقترحات إلى حاضنات أعمال حتى تتبناها وتحولها إلى شركات ناشئة. أيضا أختم من المبادرات أيضا منصة العربية للمعارف الزراعية، وهي منصة بالتعاون بين اتحاد مجالس البحث العلمي العربية، المنظمة العربية للتنمية الزراعية، واتحاد الجامعات العربية. وأنتم تعلمون أن مدارس التكوين في الدول العربية ليست كلها على نفس المستوى من حيث الأساتذة، فهذه المنصة مفتوحة للطلاب والأساتذة في مختلف الدول العربية ربما للتعلم والاستفادة من كفاءات علمية موجودة في دول عربية مختلفة. هذه المنصة بصدد التطوير الآن، وسنعلن على إطلاقها إن شاء الله بالشراكة مع المنظمات الشريكة، اتحاد الجامعات العربية والمنظمة العربية للتنمية الزراعية قريبا إن شاء الله. أختم أيضا بالجائزة السنوية للأمن الغذائي، وهي في شكل جائزة أو 3 جوائز تسند من 3 منظمات، كل مجموعها تقريبا في 45,000 دولار. وفاز بالجائزة هذه السنة في 25 باحث من المملكة العربية السعودية من جامعة الأميرة نورة، وباحث من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة من جامعة الشارقة. نشكركم على الانتباه، ويعني أود أن أكون ألقيت الضوء على بعض المبادرات التي يقوم بها اتحاد مجالس البحث العلمي العربية للإسهام في مشروع الأمن الغذائي العربي، ونحن منفتحون على أي تعاون آخر أو أي أفكار جديدة ندعم بها في مجال الأمن الغذائي. وشكرا مرة ثانية للمنظمين ولهذه الدعوة الكريمة. شكرا.
شكرا معاليك. والآن الكلمة مع معالي البروفيسور إبراهيم آدم الدخيري، مدير عام المنظمة العربية للتنمية الزراعية، فليتفضل مشكورا.
طيب، بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم جميعا. لا يفوتني حقيقة بادي ذي بدء أن أعبر عن شكري وتقديري للهيئة العربية للاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي، وهي الآن ولجت عامها 50 في مدافعاتها وحضورها في دعم الأمن الغذائي العربي. وسعيد أن أكون حضور في هذا المنتدى إن شاء الله، أو هذا اللقاء. إذا تمام. شكرا جزيلا مرة ثانية. حقيقة وأنا داخل على القاعة، أو واحد من زملائي يعرفني لزميل آخر، يقول لي ده إبراهيم الدخيري مدير هيئة الزراعة. فهذه سانحة أن نبين بعض يعني ما يجب بيانه في هذا الأمر، ويكون جل حديثي لأنه الإخوة قالوا لي 5 دقائق. فأنا انتهز هذه الفرصة وأقول الهيئة العربية للاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي تستضيفنا الآن، وهي الجناح الاستثماري للعمل العربي المشترك. المنظمة العربية للتنمية الزراعية هي الجناح التنموي في منظومة جامعة الدول العربية في خصوصية الزراعة. ماذا نفعل؟ مهتمين كثير جدا بإيجاد وخلق البيئة المؤاتية للتنمية الزراعية والاستثمار الزراعي عبر عدد من المحاور. المحاور كيف نفعل ذلك؟ يعني لإيجاد الحيثيات والمسوقات والمقاربات لإيجاد هذه البيئة المؤاتية للاستثمار من جهة، وهذا ما تقوم به الهيئة العربية للاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي وآخرين، وكذلك من جهة ثانية التنمية الزراعية، لأنه يا إخواننا زي ما ذكر أخونا ناصر القحطاني اليوم، الدكتور ناصر أبان كثيرا جدا في قضية الأمن الغذائي العربي أو الأمن الغذائي بصورته العامة من بوابة السمول هولدر فارماس أو صغار المنتجين اللي بيشكلوا في بعض الدول 80% أو 70% من حضور قضية الأمن الغذائي العربي. ولذلك هؤلاء معنيين وموجودين في نظم قائمة الآن، محتاجة ليس فقط للاستثمار ولكن أيضا للتنمية مقاربات يعني توجد حيثيات قابلة أن تقدم لهم الدعم، وده اللي بشكل جوهر عمل المنظمة العربية للتنمية الزراعية. ولا ننسى قضية الاستثمار بأي حال من الأحوال. هذه هي المحاور، الاستراتيجيات والأطر وأهدافها والبرامج التابعة لها. محور آخر بناء القدرات المؤسسية والبشرية، الدراسات والمراشد. ما أحوج قضية التنمية الزراعية للمراشد، للمعلومات، للمعلوماتية، للدراسات اللي قادرة أو جاهزة يحصل لها أب سكيلينج وتطبيقها طوالي مباشرة على أرض الواقع. عندنا بعض البرامج المحورية، يعني لولا قول الإخوة من 10 دقائق إلى 5 دقائق ولجنا في ذلك. ثم نموذج التدخلات المدمجة، كيف تعمل الهيئة أو المنظمة العربية للتنمية الزراعية في إنفاذ برامجها الكلية، وأمثلة من التدخلات. في مجال التخطيط الاستراتيجي أنا فقط أكتفي بأنه أقول أنجزنا عدد من الاستراتيجيات، استراتيجية التنمية الزراعية، استراتيجية التنمية الزراعية العربية المستدامة، ونحن أيضا الظهير القوي جدا لجامعة الدول العربية في خصوصية التنمية الزراعية والأمن الغذائي حتى على مستوى القادة العرب. الاستراتيجية العربية لتربية الأحياء المائية، والاستراتيجية العربية لاستدامة المراعي العربية، الاستراتيجية العربية للأمن الغذائي، ودي الآن تقف وراءها جامعة الدول العربية وقادتنا العرب. هذه هي ده في المحور الأول في مجال التخطيط الاستراتيجي والأطر المطلوبة. فيما يخص أنا فقط أريد أن أركز على استراتيجية واحدة بس، اللي هي استراتيجية التنمية الزراعية العربية المستدامة. فيها 5 محاور، 5 أهداف أساسية. الهدف الأول دعم التحول والتكيف في النظم الزراعية والغذائية والقضاء على الجوع والحد من الفقر، النظم القائمة والنظم الحديثة يعني. ثم الهدف الثاني الحفاظ على المورد، يعني هذه الموارد نحن نتحدث عن الموارد الزراعية. الموارد الزراعية الأساسية هي الأرض والماء، الموارد الوراثية الحيوانية والنباتية والطقس، وهي دي التي تشكل منظومة الإنتاج الزراعي، وفيها مقاربات كثيرة وأجهزة وأنظمة كثيرة جدا واقفة وراها وبعض الأطر الدولية. فنحن نساهم في ذلك بإيجاد هذه الحيثيات في منطقتنا العربية. الهدف الثالث في هذه الاستراتيجية هو تعزيز التكامل الزراعي العربي وتأطير آليات وإجراءات وسياسات ونظم التجارة والاستثمار. التجارة الزراعية في منطقتنا العربية ما زالت ضعيفة، كل مقدراتنا ما تم استخدامها بالمستوى المطلوب. إذا فعلنا ذلك نستطيع أن نقلل. طبعا منطقتنا العربية هي منطقة مستوردة للغذاء، ولكن عندنا مدخرات محلية في دولنا 22 دولة ما استفدنا منها كلها. هذه هي واحدة من المقاربات التي نعمل فيها. والهدف الرابع تنمية وازدهار الريف، الماسيف رورال ترانسفورميشن، وده ضروري جدا لأنه الريف ليس فقط زراعة، الريف فيه زراعة وسبل الحياة الأخرى اللي مرتبطة بالقطاع الزراعي بطريقة ولا أخرى، فاستدرجنا ذلك في هذا الهدف. والهدف الخامس والأخير هو هدف المعرفة، تشاركية المعرفة وبناء الشراكات المطلوبة. أنا هذه البرامج للزمن هي بس أذكر فيها أسماءها. الهدف البرامج الهادفة عندنا برنامجين أساسيين، برنامج تطوير جودة الغذاء وبرنامج تطوير تعديل الإطار القانوني والتنظيمي. هذا أيضا برنامج تعزيز الإنتاج الإيجابي، برنامج تعزيز الإنتاجية، وبرنامج تعزيز قدرة النظم الغذائية على الصمود، برنامج الحفاظ والاستخدام المستدام للتنوع الحيوي، وبرنامج تعزيز بحوث الغذاء والنظم الغذائية، وبرنامج تعزيز سبل كسب العيش العادل وتحقيق الرفاه الريفي، وبرنامج تعزيز الحماية الاجتماعية وشبكات الأمان الاجتماعي، وبرنامج دعم وتمكين المرأة الريفية. دي كلها برامج كلية مستلة من الاستراتيجية اللي أنا ذكرتها، فيها أهدافها الخمسة. أيضا هذا تابع لها من برنامج المرونة وبرنامج تشجيع الاستثمار. طيب، استراتيجية الأمن الغذائي العربي، ودي وراها كانت المنظمة العربية للتنمية الزراعية، والآن هي تمت إجازتها في قمة بغداد السابقة. يعني ركزنا فيها على وطن عربي متكامل اقتصاديا وآمن غذائيا، والرسالة موجودة أمامكم. الأهداف الاستراتيجية ضمان الحصول على غذاء آمن ومغذي للجميع، وتعزيز الإنتاج الإيجابي بالنظم الزراعية القائمة، وتعزيز سبل كسب العيش العادل وتحقيق الرفاه الريفي، وبناء المرونة في مواجهة نقاط الضعف، وتشجيع الاستثمار والتجارة الزراعية. في بناء القدرات زي ما أنا ذكرت المحاور الخمسة، يعني أولا موضوع الاستراتيجيات والأطر ذكرت فيها شيء. ثانيا بناء القدرات المؤسسية والبشرية، وعدد مهول جدا من الكسب حققناه في هذا المجال، إذا كان على مستوى التأهيل الوسيط كما موجود عندنا في معهدنا، والتدريب القومي والتدريب على رأس العمل والتدريب القطري. في مجال الدراسات عندنا عدد مهول جدا من الدراسات، جزء منها جاهز to be upscaled ويتم يعني تطبيقه، إذا كانت دراسات متخصصة في مجال الاستثمار أو دراسات لتعديل بعض النظم وبعض الإجراءات والسياسات العامة حتى نحدث أو نساهم في خلق البيئة المؤاتية للتنمية والاستثمار. في بناء الشراكات نعمل مع شراكات، ومن شراكاتنا الكبيرة يعني أخونا يعني بروف عمارة ذكر من قبل يعني علاقة راسخة وقوية جدا مع الهيئة العربية للاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي، وكنا نعمل سويا تحت مظلة واحدة. في مجال البرامج المحورية الآن عندنا محورين أو برنامجين تم الانتهاء منهم. البرنامج الأول كان البرنامج الطارئ للأمن الغذائي العربي، والبرنامج المستدام للأمن الغذائي العربي الآن موجود، والاثنين وثيقتين تم إجازتهم على مستوى القادة العرب. مرتكزات البرنامج الطارئ مش هدخل فيها كثير، وأهداف البرنامج الطارئ للأمن الغذائي العربي. البرنامج العربي لاستدامة الأمن الغذائي هذه وثيقة الآن تمت إجازتها من أصحاب الفخامة القادة العرب في الجزائر في 22، وهو مشروع استثماري تنموي أو دراسة تنموية استثمارية موجودة في الموقع بتاعنا وغنية جدا. أنا أدعو الناس أنه يرجعوا إليها. ده يمكن أهداف وغايات البرنامج العربي لاستدامة الأمن الغذائي. هو جهد كبير جمعنا فيه يعني خيرة خبراتنا العربية ومفاهيمنا في قضية الأمن الغذائي. هذه الأهداف المباشرة للبرنامج. والبرنامج عنده مكونات يعني على المستوى الأول وعلى المستوى الثاني وعلى المستوى الثالث، وكل الكلام ده يا أخواننا موجود في الموقع بتاعنا AOAD www.aoad.org. موجود فيه كل هذا الكلام وكل الدراسات اللي نحن ناشرينها. نموذج التدخلات أنا بس داير to share with you هذا النموذج، نحن مسمينه النموذج المدمج Regenerative Integrated Entrepreneurial Engagement Module. كيف نحن بننظر إلى الأجري فود سيستمز من جهة، وبننظر أيضا للموارد من جهة ثانية زي ما ذكرت قبل، الأرض والماء والموارد الوراثية الحيوانية والنباتية والطقس. وعندنا النظم الزراعية إذا كانت قائمة على الإنتاج الحيواني أو الإنتاج النباتي أو الإنتاج السمكي. وعندنا استراتيجيك اوبجيكتيف الخمسة اللي أنا ذكرتها، كيف نجمع ده كله عشان نحقق الهدف اللي نحن دايرينه نعمله ونحققه، اللي هو السستينبل فود سيكيورتي في العرب ريجون. والموديول ده يعني مساعدنا كثير جدا نجمع أطراف أعمالنا، لأنه نحن موجودين في كل العالم العربي، 22 دولة موجودين فيها، عندنا 4 يعني مكاتب إقليمية. فالموديول ده بساعدنا أنه دائما نكون حاضرين مع بعض وشيرينج الانفورميشن بالطريقة المطلوبة. بعض الأمثلة للتدخلات من مجمل دراساتنا، جزء من غير بناء القدرات والدراسات نحن أيضا بننفذ بعض المشروعات على الأرض مع شركائنا، ودي أمثلة من هذه المشروعات. يعني باختصار شديد أتمنى أنه يكون ما تعديت ال5 دقائق مع إخوتي. شكرا جزيلا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا معاليك. والآن مع كلمة سعادة الدكتور محمد عبد المحسن سالم اليافعي، عميد كلية الزراعة والطب البيطري جامعة الإمارات، فليتفضل مشكورا.
السلام عليكم. طبعا الصور هاي لا تعبر عني، هذا يمكن في الماضي، فأنا آتيكم من المستقبل 2050. طبعا في البداية أتوجه بالشكر للهيئة العربية للاستثمار وسعادة عبيد الزعابي والإخوان، يعني كل التواصل
التعاون المشترك بين جامعة الإمارات العربية المتحدة والهيئة وكل مناشط الهيئة، وفي تعاون مشترك في مجال العلمي والأكاديمي. طبعا العنوان كبير، لكن بنتكلم بشكل موجز من ناحية أكاديمية عن أهمية الاهتمام بحلول ومشاكل الآنية الحالية والمستقبلية. طبعا المستقبلية شوي بروح لل 2050 2071. فبشكل عام المشكلة أو الراشنال أن نتكلم عن المنطلق هو تحدي عدد الورد بوبوليشن. نتكلم عن أعداد ارتفعت بعد الحرب العالمية الثانية، الآن نتحدث عن 8 إلى 10 مليار within 30 years في المستقبل. طبعا الوطن العربي مش بعيد من الموضوع هذا، نتكلم عن 500 مليون، العدد بيوصل إلى 791 بال 2035. الأرقام قاعدة ترتفع لل 700 في 2055. فبالتالي الأرقام قاعدة، وهذا ما يشكل علينا ضغط السكان. تركز المشكلة في العالم في عدة مناطق. نتكلم عن المشكلة في دول الوطن العربي بشكل عام، أو نتكلم عن الشرق الأوسط، أو نتكلم عن آسيا، ونتكلم عن نورث أفريكا. نورث أفريكا نلاحظ في أفريكا عدد تزايد السكان بين 2000 و 2050 نتكلم عن 120% إضافة في عدد سكان العالم أو في بقعة من أفريكا. نتكلم عن 50% في إنديا، 10% في تشاينا. طبعا هاي نجاح لتوجه تشاينا، ولكن تشاينا الآن عادت تغيير السياسة هاي. 55% في آسيا ما عدا إنديا. سنلاحظ في يوروب -5، في لاتين أمريكا 42، ونتكلم عن نورث أمريكا اللي هو مكسيكو واليو اس اي وكندا 39. طبعا الدفع كله جاي من جمهورية أو الاتحاد المكسيكي. فهاي أيضا جزء مهم. طبعا هذا ما يضغط على الفود والفود سيكيورتي كاستراتيجية، والتشالنج انه توفير اكل امن وتحديات. ايضا تامين الفود، المشكله الضغط على الموارد الطبيعيه سيرفع من الديجريديشن للايكو او الاجرو ايكو سيستم، الامن الغذائي او النظام البيئي المستزرع. ايضا سيقلل من الموارد الطبيعيه وسيحد كثير من التغيرات، فهذه سيعمل فيه تغييرات. فمعظم التحديات بتكون في التغير المناخ، ندرة المياه، ديجريديشن للتربة، والأمن الغذائي والضغط السكاني. هذه هي المحركات. ولاحظ نركز على نورث أفريكا في المستقبل. الضغوطات هاي ستحل من مشكلة انعدام الأمن الغذائي وفي الخسائر في المحاصيل. في بعض الفعاليات ممكن تحصل في very heavy rain، وبعدين ممكن نلقى دراوت في بعض المناطق في بعض الدول مثل الجمهورية الإسلامية في باكستان، في بعض الدول في آسيا الوسطى. السنة آسيا الوسطى تعاني من جفاف. زيارة لطشقند، زيارة لباكو في أذربيجان، إيران، في جفاف في العالم. بالتالي هذا التغير المناخ سيحدث الضغط على، وأول ما يواجه المشكلة هو الفارمرز أو المزارع. طبعا التحدي الآخر أنه بالأرقام 3 to 5 هكتار لل10 مليار، نتكلم 2071 10 بليون عدد سكان العالم، نتكلم عن المنطقة. فمحتاجين سيناريو لأن 2071 الافريج توداي 3 طن بر هكتار، المتوسط اليوم اللي هو ماكسيمم ممكن نخرج من الهكتار الواحد 3 طن الهكتار. إذا نتكلم عن 10 مليار محتاجين نرفع الإنتاج إلى 4 طن الهكتار الواحد، بما يمثل 33% أعلى. يجب توفر التربة والمياه وكثير من العناصر. إذا عن 10 بليون نتكلم عن 5 طن بر هكتار. الواقع صعب وفي تحديات للتوفير، خاصة في الدول عالية في بعض التشالنج. ففي الهارش انفايرمنت، اللو في الرينفول والهيفي الامبورتد، مثال على ذلك دولة الإمارات 85% من خارج. فدولة الإمارات عدد البوبوليشن قاعد يتصاعد، السياحة مهم، فبالتالي أنت لازم تأمن الغذاء. فهي كلها ملفات مرتبطة. نتكلم عن التحديات في المنطقة. عندنا نتحدث عن أهم الخطط الاستراتيجية. نتكلم عن الخطة الاستراتيجية الإمارات 2051، أيضا تحدث عن رؤية المملكة 2030، عمان أيضا 2040. يعني في رؤى، يعني تواجه التحديات، لكن في خطط، هذه يجب أن نوجه بهذه الاتجاه. في تحديات إيكونومي، بحاول أنطلق بشكل أسرع الآن. الحلول هي الاستدامة، هي الحل الوحيد. الاستدامة من ناحية المجتمعات المدنية المحلية، يجب الاعتماد عليهم، الحفاظ على الموارد الطبيعية والبيئة، ويكون ضمن حلقة اللي هي الايكونومي مهم جدا. الاقتصاد هو اللي يربط بين المجتمعات يعني والهيئات المحلية والبيئة والموارد الطبيعية. طبعا الحلول ممكن تكون التوجه إلى دعم البحث العلمي في مجال البيئات أو المزارع الحديثة اللي هي الكنترول انفايرمنت، وهي تشكل الآن أرقام كبيرة في دول المنطقة. على سبيل المثال في دولة الإمارات 30% في توجه في استثمارات. هي ليست أصبحت يعني ناحية من نواحي أنها تكون أوبشن، هي أصبحت يجب أن ناخذ قرار في هذا المجال، سواء في الهيدروبونيك والإكوابونيك والإيروبونيك. وحتى نتكلم عن بعض التحديات. الفيرتيكال فارمينج، هذه من المزارع العمودية أيضا فيها استثمارات عالية جدا، وستحل كثير من مشكلات دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي بسبب توفر الطاقة والغاز والطاقة النووية السلمية وغيرها. بالتالي يجب يعني الاستثمار في هذا المجال. أيضا الاعتماد على الانترنت الأشياء أو الOT، تكلم عن يعني بعض البرامج اللي تساعد في توفير المياه وتوفير كثير من المشاريع المستقبلية. طبعا يجب استخدام المياه المعالجة في المدن وفي البيئات، وفي خاصة في مشاريع الأعلاف، وهذه تحتاج إلى دراسات في المراكز البحثية ودعم من المنظمات الدولية، وهذا واحدة من الأفكار. الآن نتحدث عن بعض المشاريع التي يتم تطبيقها بالاشتراك مع دول في العالم، خاصة في دولة الإمارات نتحدث عن استخدام المياه الهوائية، الاتموسفيريك ووتر هارفستنج. هاي واحدة من الحلول، خاصة في المناطق المرتفعة عن سطح البحر. نتحدث عن الانوفيشن هاب، بعض المجالات، بعض في المشاريع الموجودة في البحر الأحمر وفي الدول في المنطقة، في مشاريع ناجحة ويصير بينهم تبادل في المعرفة. ونتكلم على AI، هني بداية دخول AI والبيج داتا. توفر المعلومة مهمة جدا، توفير اللوجستيك والموانئ مهم جدا، ونصل إلى كثير من التعاون. الرول AI يعني دوره مهم جدا في جمع البيانات والحصول عليها، واتخاذ متخذ القرار يجب أن يحصل على القرار الصحيح ونقله بشكل متسارع. الابليكيشن، استخدام الدرونز بشكل سلمي وبشكل يساعد في المزارعين، مثل ما تكلموا البروفيسور اللي قبل عبد المجيد والدكتور إبراهيم. نتحدث أيضا عن الثروة الحيوانية والقطاع الكبير جدا. فهذه كلها حتى في التوقع في 2051 استخدام السنسرز وغيرها. فمهم جدا الاعتماد على الزراعة الذكية أو الزراعة البريسيشن أجريكلتشر، وعملية السولار باورد أجريكلتشر. يجب نستفيد من حصاد الطاقة المتوفر بشكل مجاني. أيضا اعتماد على التقنية استخدام الأجهزة والإنسان الآلي. نتحدث عن مشروع مشترك بين جامعة الإمارات وجامعة خليفة في أبو ظبي، أيضا استخدام الإنسان الآلي. هذه حلول يجب أن ننتقل بشكل بالتعاون مع جامعة في طوكيو في الزراعة. أيضا الجينيتيك انجينيرينج هو حلول يجب أن نعيد طرح كل النباتات المزروعة اليوم، لأن مع مشكلة تغير المناخ معظم النباتات لن تكون صالحة سواء للأعلاف أو للجرين كروب، بتكلم عن القمح والشعير والصويبين. أيضا الحلول كثير من الحلول أيضا اللي في مجال المزارع السمكية، إضافة لدول مجلس التعاون والمملكة وأيضا في جمهورية مصر العربية في حلول كثيرة ناجحة أيضا نشير لها ومحتاجة الR&D وأكثر في نقل المعرفة. الأبحاث اللي ممكن نتكلم عن تغير المناخ يجب أن نحط السيناريو 2070-71 ونحط للمتخذ القرار والباحثين، ونبدأ ندخل النباتات في داخل الغرف البيئية ونتخيل It's a kind of manipulation. تهيئ إحنا في 2071 كيف سيكون العالم، كيف بتكون الموارد الطبيعية والشواطئ الآن هذا مشروع قمت فيه بشكل ب 2012. الآن مضي أكثر من 15 سنة على المشروع، الآن في تطويره وننتقل إن شاء الله إلى مشاريع الاقتصاد الفضائي. نتحدث عن التشالنجز، تكلمنا عن الكابيتال، تكلم عن التالنت ستودنت والباحثين في مشكلة، ولكن العدد كبير جدا في الوطن العربي. الووتر انرجي والبوليسي بشكل عام، الحلول ممكن دمج المؤشرات في التخطيط الوطني لكل دولة أو للمنظمة، التعاون الإقليمي في البحث والتطوير الزراعي، يعني لازم تعاون مع مشترك بين الدول، إمكانية تلقي الذكاء الصناعي وربطه مع التكنولوجيا الحيوية. البروجكت ممكن المشاريع نلاحظ هذا مشروع دراسة بعض إرسال نباتات والتيشو كلتشر إلى محطة الفضاء الدولية من خلال سعادة المنصوري رائد الفضاء. ففي مشاريع مشتركة بين المركز الوطني للفضاء وجامعة الإمارات وكلية الزراعة والطب البيطري. أيضا استخدام الدرونز لتخضير الصحراء في دولة الإمارات في مليحة في الشارجة، أيضا مشروع مشترك بين جامعة الإمارات وفي الشارجة. هذا استخدام الدرونز لزراعة الغاف، وكثير من المشاريع تم نقلها إلى كثير من دول المنطقة المتشابهة في البيئة. أيضا الفود سيكوريتي الذكي، ومحتاجين كثير من التعاون بين الدول. أعتقد في كثير من التحديات، ولكن يجب أن نركز على التالنت والطلبة الموهوبين، وعملية الاهتمام بالAI واهتمام بالتكنولوجيا الحديثة. طبعا زنتها أن أصبحت must be، وأصبحت الانفستمنت الآن متخذ القرار يجب أن يكون واعي للتحديات المستقبلية. العمل كفيليج يعني كقرية مشتركة، العمل الأحادي سيختلف الآن. الشكر للمنظمة والشركة لسعادتكم. أعتقد هذا اللي كان كل اللي عندي. مشكورين، شكرا.
شكرا سعادتك. والآن الكلمة مع سعادة البروفيسور ميليسا فيتز، عميد كلية الزراعة بجامعة الذيت. ستتفضل مشكورا.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I would like to say a special good afternoon to Your Excellencies, Your Highnesses, to my colleagues here in the room, and to everyone else who's in the room. I'm going to try and tell you a good news story now, and rather than listening to the challenges, but how the Emirate of Sharjah and Sheikh Sultan has taken the bull by the horns, essentially, and has a strategic vision for creating or for building farms and taking steps towards food security. And this lovely photo is the Malayha wheat farm in Sharjah, and it's the third crop, and it shows beautifully how that the yield of that wheat will be about 4.5 tonnes per hectare. Okay, so I'm just going to skip through these few slides because I think everyone here knows the reasons why we have the UAE food security strategy. But just quickly with this slide, the Emirate of Sharjah is really doing a lot towards contributing to the UAE achieving its food strategy. So, for those of you who don't know, Sharjah is one of 7 emirates. It's a small emirate. It has 2 coasts, but something that's unique about Sharjah is that billions of years ago, some geological events led to the Arabian plate being subducted, and that then led to some unique types of rocks in Sharjah, but also a large alluvial plain that is between the University of Al-Daid, which is where I'm from, and the Hajjah Mountains. And so this area is really an area with some sort of soil that is able to be improved with compost, and the Sharjah government and the Department of Agriculture and Livestock are using a lot of compost to do that, and that's why the wheat crop looks so beautiful. This is the University of Al-Daid, and this is one of the other parts of the Sheikh's vision to create a university that has a specialisation in agriculture and also in vet. So we have the main building is there. The 2 buildings on the side are almost finished, but and I think they'll be finished within the next month, and then we'll start having agriculture buildings and a smart farm. So the Sheikh, at the opening of the university, the Sheikh signed an agreement with the Royal Agriculture University in the UK, and they are our academic partner on a Bachelor of Sustainable Agriculture, and our first cohort of students came in August 2024, 120 of them. 104 of them came back in second year, and our second cohort is about 56 students. So we are really training a new generation of students, and 95% of the students are from the Emirate of Sharjah. So, as you've probably seen in the news, the farms in Sharjah, the government farms, the Sheikh's vision has really been implemented. The wheat farm is now 3 years old. The Malayha dairy is maybe 2 years old. Malayha beef is a sort of something that's come from the Malayha dairy when the cows accidentally give birth to boy cows, and so then the dairy has decided to start a program in beef. And then there's a new goat farm with Cypriot goats imported, and those Cypriot goats are imported to breed with local Emirati goats for quality. And we have the Philly poultry, that's a fairly new farm, and that has really nice types of chicken. And we have the fruit and the vegetable greenhouses at Geras, and they're all in that same area. So you can see on that map, you can see Al-Daid where the university is, and then all of those farms are within 10 to 15 minutes. So the wheat farm, the brand Sana Sanabal, and the wheat farm is in its 3rd crop, and it will be harvested in a couple of months. But doesn't it look beautiful? Isn't that just a really nice crop of wheat? The flour is really good quality. It makes very nice sourdough bread, and it makes very nice pasta. And the farm is continuing to value add with pasta, with different types of bread. And that's a range of pastas, and everything is delivered through the Sharjah Co-op. The Malayha dairy has been going for a couple of years. It's just entered the, it's got so many cows now that it's just entered the Guinness Book of Records for the number of cows that it has. It's a dairy that uses an extreme amount of technology, and so there's a lot of data about how each cow feels, how much milk each cow is delivering each milking time, how much it's eating. It's fully technologically enabled. The cows come from Denmark, and now the total herd is about 7,000, and they have about 1,500 for beef. the dairy produces a lot of milk each day, and that's the milk. But unlike other dairies, the milk is not separated into a low-fat version and a high-fat version. And so this means that the milk is just pasteurised and homogenised, but you don't get the lipids taken out and then added back at 2% or added back at 4%. And if you can get your hands on some of it, this milk is truly delicious. We did a little bit of work on why this milk is so delicious, and we collected 5 different milks from around the UAE. And with sensory profiling, milk 2 was the most preferred. And you can see the different traits that we profiled, and you can see how strongly milk 2 was most preferred by the sensory panel. Then we looked at the lipids in the milk. And this plot basically shows that milk 2 separates from the other milks based on the lipids that are in the milk. Lipids affect nutrition, they affect mouthfeel, they affect the experience of the milk in your mouth. And so milk 2 is Malayha milk, and it's characterised by a whole set of lipids, of phospholipids, and all of these phospholipids have anti-inflammatory activity. And there's a lot of anecdotal evidence that this milk can be drunk by people who are lactose intolerant. And so that may go some way to explain it. But the Malayha milk is very high in these lipids. These lipids also have a glycerol backbone, and glycerol is a plasticizer, and so it makes the mouth feel smooth. And so it's a really nice, if you can try Malayha milk, it's delicious. So basically the Malayha milk is full of these phospholipids with the glycerol background. Now we have the keras fruit and vegetables. It's a huge greenhouse complex, and it's complete with a packing shed. It's all organic. All the agriculture in Sharjah is organic. It's very high technology, but a thing that we face, and a thing that's interesting, is that we have a lot of these greenhouses in and around the Al Daid area. They're all producing lettuce and cucumber and tomatoes, but we get to a situation where the local farmers have too much lettuce to be able to sell, but still in little shops around Al Daid, you can still buy lettuce that's product of Italy. So there's something that's not quite right there. But anyway, with all of this produce that's coming from protected cropping, I think the value adding through processing is really going to be where some of these fruit and vegetables find their opportunity. The goat farm is quite recent, and one of the real visions of the Sheikh is to improve the quality of the Emirati goat. And so he brought in these goats from Cyprus that are considered to be well adapted to the heat and also very famous at producing twins. And so they have a high fertility and a big production of baby goats. And so these are considered to be really good for breeding programs. I haven't seen products coming from the goat farm yet. But the Philly Poultry Project is also quite new. Products are coming from that. And what's different about this is they have a different variety of chicken, and the chickens are aged for 70 days, which is about 3 times longer than most chickens. They have a really interesting organic feed that they're given, and they taste a bit different to other chickens, but they are delicious. The last project is the honey project. It's a very new project, and so Sharjah's starting to produce organic honey, and so they're aiming to produce a lot of honey, and they will diversify into pharmaceutical and cosmetic areas. One thing about all of these farms, these are all the Sheikh's farms, and one thing about them is that there is an embracing of sustainability and the philosophies of regenerative agriculture. And when I say that, what's happening is that the leftover from the wheat farm will grow a crop of cotton as well, a crop of corn, but the leftover from that will go to feed the cattle and the poultry and the goats. And then the compost from those animals goes through a very rapid fermentation process, and then that's used as fertiliser for the fruit and vegetables and for the wheat. And so they're embracing this circularity and organic farming. So I'm just going to move past that. So basically, Sharjah is contributing to 17 out of the 18 food items, and it fully contributes to the food pyramid. And My last slide is to plug and just advertise for a conference that we're developing, Sustainable Agriculture for Desert Environments. It's going to be at the University of Aldeid in January 2027. We'll have themes of crops, horticulture, livestock, One Health, water and technology. We will align with the Aldeid Agriculture Expo, and we're doing this jointly with the Royal Agriculture University and Industry, and we will have a host of international speakers, and I think it's going to be a great conference, and it will be full of opportunities for dialogue, for collaboration. And just in closing, I will say that the College of Agriculture at the University of Aldeid is open for partnerships, open for business, and open to collaborate in new initiatives to increase food security in the UAE. Thank you.
شكرا سعادتك. ونستمع الآن إلى كلمة معالي الدكتور نصر الدين العبيد، المدير العام للمركز العربي لدراسة المناطق الجافة والأراضي القاحلة إكساد، وذلك من خلال هذا الفيديو.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على حبيبنا محمد صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم الرحمة المهداة. معالي الأستاذ محمد بن هادي الحسيني وزير الدولة للشؤون المالية في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، معالي الأستاذ عبد الله ولد سليمان ولد الشيخ سيديا رئيس مجلس المساهمين وزير الشؤون الاقتصادية والتنمية في موريتانيا، معالي الأستاذ الدكتور عبيد سيف حمد الزعابي رئيس مجلس إدارة الهيئة العربية للاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي، سعادة الدكتور كراد راي الأمين العام للمبادرة العالمية الرائدة للأمن الغذائي، أصحاب السعادة المدراء العامون للمنظمات العربية وعمداء الكليات وممثلي الجامعات والبرامج التنموية، السيدات والسادة الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بداية يسعدني ويشرفني أن أشارك في افتتاح أعمال مؤتمر مبادرات تحقيق الأمن الغذائي في الوطن العربي الذي تنظمه الهيئة العربية للاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي على هذه الأرض الطيبة، إمارة دبي التي تمثل رؤيتها المتميزة للتنمية والتقدم واحتضانها للحداثة والمبادرات الريادية منارة للابتكار والتطور في كافة المجالات. في ربوع دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة الشقيقة، هذا البلد العربي العزيز على قلوبنا جميعا والذي شهد تقدما غير مسبوق ونهضة عالمية بقيادة حكيمة ورشيدة، ما يبعث الأمل في توحيد الجهود العربية لتحقيق الأمن الغذائي وتقليص الفجوة الغذائية. كما لا يسعني إلا أن أعرب عن بالغ احترامي وامتناني للهيئة العربية للاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي وعلى رأسها معالي الدكتور عبيد سيف حمد الزعابي رئيس مجلس إدارة الهيئة العربية للاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي الذي يتمتع برؤية في مجال تطوير ودعم المشاريع الزراعية، ما جعل من الهيئة محركا أساسيا في العديد من المبادرات الناجحة التي أسهمت في التوظيف الأمثل للزراعة وتقليص الفجوة الغذائية في دولنا العربية بالتعاون مع عدد كبير من الهيئات والمنظمات العربية والدولية وحكومات الدول العربية أيضا. إن من أبرز تحديات المنطقة العربية هو تهديد أمنها الغذائي والمائي، فقد وصل حجم الفجوة الغذائية العربية من القمح فقط إلى حوالي 40 مليون طن قيمتها أكثر من 16 مليار دولار، ويتوقع أن يصل حجم العوز المائي إلى أكثر من 127 مليار متر مكعب خلال الفترة 2030 في ظل تفاقم آثار تغير المناخ، مما يتطلب تضافر جهودنا جميعا لتجاوز هذه التحديات وهذه العقبات التي تعترض سبيل تحقيق أمننا الغذائي. وهنا لا بد لي من التوقف عند قصة نجاح لتعاون مثمر قطباه أكساد والهيئة العربية للاستثمار الزراعي والممتدة إلى سنوات سابقة عملنا خلالها على إنجاز عدد كبير من المشاريع، وأهمها المرحلة الأولى من مشروع خارطة الاستخدامات المثلى للأراضي في السودان وتطوير ونشر الزراعة الحافظة وبناء القدرات الخاصة بها وتنفيذ المشترك العديد من الدورات التدريبية ورش العمل حول استراتيجيات وخطط عمل التنوع الحيوي وتمويل مشروع دعم تقنيات الغاز الحيوي في السودان، كما تم توقيع مذكرة تفاهم بين أجساد والهيئة بهدف توفير أفضل التقنيات والسلالات النباتية والحيوانية المحسنة للإنتاج. وعقدت عدة اجتماعات لبحث سبل التعاون في مجال إكثار ونشر أصناف القمح ذات الإنتاجية العالية وتطوير عمليات خدمة رأس النخيل الرأسية والأرضية من خلال مشاريع تم تمويلها وحققت أكثر من 60% زيادة في الإنتاج. والتعاون أيضا في مجال تقنية حصاد الأمطار وأنظمة الري الحديث وتأهيل الأراضي المتدهورة ورفع كفاءة مياه الري وتصنيع المخلفات الزراعية. وهنا لا بد لي من الإشارة إلى أهمية تفعيل التعاون الثنائي في هذه المشاريع وغيرها، لا سيما التعاون في مجال تمويل استثمار المشاريع الزراعية الابتكارية والشركات الناشئة المتخرجة من حاضنة أعمال أكساد والتي تمتاز بجدواها الاقتصادية العالية وتوفير منتجات زراعية جيدة للمزارع العربي. أيها السادة والسيدات، عملت أكساد منذ تأسيسها عام 1968 على تطوير آليات وتقنيات تتناسب مع خصوصية منطقة العربية، فاستطاع خبراؤها استنباط أكثر من 90 صنفا من القمح والشعير والذرة ذات الإنتاجية العالية والمتحمل لظروف الجفاف ودرجات الحرارة المرتفعة، ما دفع عدد كبير أو معظم الدول العربية لاعتمادها وزراعتها. كما قامت أكساد بتطوير ونشر زراعة أصناف محسنة من الأشجار المثمرة والنباتات الرعوية الأكثر تكيفا مع بيئات المناطق الجافة والهامشية، ونفذت العشرات من مشاريع حصاد مياه الأمطار وطورت مشاريع لرفع كفاءة مياه الري وأعدت استراتيجيات الإدارة المتكاملة للموارد المائية والأحواض المائية في الدول العربية. كما أثمرت جهود خبراء إلى تحسين الكفاءة الإنتاجية للأغنام والماعز لتصل في الحليب إلى أكثر من 192%، وتحسين الكفاءة التناسلية التوائم بزيادة وصلت إلى أكثر من 400% لدى الأغنام و97% لدى الماعز، إضافة إلى جهودها في إعادة تأهيل الأراضي والمراعي المتدهورة ومكافحة التصحر وتوظيف تقنيات الاستشعار عن بعد والذكاء الاصطناعي في مراقبة تدهور الأراضي وبناء خطط عملياته لإعادة التأهيل والمراقبة، مما أدى إلى تحسين إنتاجية الأرض والمياه وزيادة غلة الأنواع المحصولية في البيئات الجافة وشبه الجافة. كما أولت أكساد مسألة بناء القدرات أهمية خاصة، فمن خلال مئات من الدورات التدريبية وورش العمل المتخصصة تم تدريب عشرات الآلاف من الفنيين والمزارعين العرب في مجالات زراعية وتقنيات حديثة. واهتمت أكساد بتعزيز التعاون المشترك بين الدول العربية والمنظمات الدولية بهدف زيادة الاستثمارات في القطاع الزراعي العربي. ختاما أود أن أكرر شكري وتقديري لإمارة دبي على استضافة هذا المؤتمر النوعي وللهيئة العربية للاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي ممثل بمعالي الدكتور عبيد الزعابي المدير العام والقائمين على تنظيم وإدارة هذا المؤتمر الذي عنده خطوة هامة نحو بلورة الأفكار ووضع الخطط العملية التي من شأنها أن تساهم في تحقيق الأمن الغذائي في الوطن العربي، كما أن تبادل الخبرات والمعرفة بين كافة الأطراف المشاركة في المؤتمر سيعزز من فرص إيجاد حلول مبتكرة ومستدامة لمشاكلنا المشتركة وتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة 15-30، وعلى رأسها الهدف السابع عشر الذي هو لحد الطاقات والإمكانيات لدى المؤسسات المالية العربية والدولية ومراكز البحوث والعربية والدولية والمنظمات الدولية لتنفيذ كل الأهداف الأخرى التي تحقق لنا أمننا الغذائي وأمننا المائي. وفي النهاية لا بد لي أسمح لي في ختام كلمتي بتقديم اعتذاري الشديد لعدم تمكني من حضور شخصيا والتواجد معكم في هذا المؤتمر التخصصي الهام بسبب مستجدات من ظروف عمل طارئة حالت دون حضوري، وتقديم العرض المخصص لأكساد حول الأمن الغذائي العربي وخصوص نجاح أكساد بالتعاون مع الهيئات والمنظمات العربية والدول العربية، حيث أن أحد خبراء أكساد الأفاضل ممثلا عني في تقديم هذا العرض خلال أعمال المؤتمر. أشكركم جميعا على حضوركم ومشاركاتكم، وأتمنى للمؤتمر النجاح الكبير في تحقيق الأهداف المرجوة، وأن تخرجوا بتوصيات قابلة للتنفيذ على ما يعزز من جهودنا المشتركة في بناء مستقبل أمنا غذائيا للأجيال القادمة. والله ولي التوفيق، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
من هنا نشكر معالي الدكتور نصر الدين. أما الآن مع كلمة البروفيسور نايف الشمري أستاذ الاقتصاد كلية إدارة الأعمال بجامعة الكويت، فليتفضل مشكورا.
السلام عليكم. بداية أحب أشكر اللجنة المنظمة والهيئة العربية للاستثمار على الدعوة الكريمة، وكذلك أرحب في زملائي معي في الجلسة، وأتمنى التوفيق لبقية الزملاء في الجلسات المقبلة. I'll deliver my presentation in English as requested earlier. So today I'll talk about the economic potential in a region with the natural scarcity. Therefore, if we look at the Arab region in general, although the Arab region has experienced an increase or increasing trend of agricultural production, still, if you look at the hunger indices, you look at the index to be increasing over time, which is kind of weird, although that we have a production, agricultural production, food production, but still the hunger is increasing as well. That's why this will take us to a point where agricultural production, it's not the issue. The issue is more into regulations, policies, initiatives that would need to be needed to enhance the production and the capacity of agricultural production. The macroeconomic dimensions of the food securities are actually determined by certain parameters, let's say. These including the fiscal policy, public investment, food subsidies, trade policy as well. So if you take an example of the food, for example, the fiscal policy, when the government revenue is generated, actually, that would affect the initiatives, the programs, especially the transfer policies that will be related to the hungers, to the food subsidies, and so on. And that's why these parameters are actually be affected by the policy that related to the macro policy in general. Therefore, when you look at this chart, for example, you look at the Arab countries, if you look at them separately or as groups, we have a group with high agricultural production in Egypt, Sudan, Morocco, for example, financial appendance, for example, GCC, food fragile, for example, Yemen, Syria, Somalia. Therefore, the call or any calls for self-sufficiency, or what's called the الاكتفاء الذاتي, is not going to be a solution. The solution is to go for what's called the regional integration, and I believe my colleagues in the earlier sessions have, or presentations have raised the issue of the regional integration, and the regional integration can be achieved through the comparative advantage for each of these countries. Just to support the potential, I mean, if you look at the, for example, at the average agricultural land as a percentage of the total land, we look at the Arab region, which is higher even than the average world, which gives us the potential that the Arab region can be reached, or can be expanding the production, can be expanding the policy that would enhance and help for the food security. If you look at the also another indicator, which is a promising indicator about the agricultural value added, we can tell as an absolute or as a percentage of GDP, we can tell that the Arab region has a higher value added in agricultural value added compared to the average world. Even though if you compare it to the growth, the average growth of the value added itself, even though it's below the world, the average world, but it's still it's even increased. It's even higher than the OECD, for example, high income countries and the other countries, which is an indicator that we still have a capacity to improve the process toward the food security. No doubts that the effects of the Arab region toward the securing food can be influenced by, as you have seen, by different external shocks. For example, we have the COVID, the last 5 years. We have geopolitical conflicts from time to time, climate change. I mean, these factors, by the way, have also been mentioned by my colleagues earlier. Therefore, this means that only the production of agricultural food is not going to be enough to secure the food. However, our macroeconomic policies can be used as a defender for any external shocks. Just to support, to give some evidence about how COVID has affected the area, and you can tell this is the Arab area, and the food production index after hit by the COVID, the increasing trend has been let's say stable or declining sometimes. Theoretically, implementing stable macroeconomic policies can ensure prices of food, can ensure the subsidies and the programs that will be related to the food security can ensure also the trade, which is export and imports of food. Also, implementing macroeconomic policy can ensure, because of that, can ensure the political and the social stability as well. Another graphs, tables that can be shown here, and I will explain the challenge that we also have, and the challenge is more likely toward the trade. I mean, if you look at the food trade, for example, for the Arab area, it's going to be far away from other regions. That's for the imports. And even if you look at the exports, food exports, you can tell that's among the selected groups, the Arab region has the lowest, which means a challenge. In order to enhance the security for the Arab regions, the security of food in the Arab regions, we can have a policy roadmap for 3 different time framing: short term, medium term, and long term. Mostly, if you look at the short term, it's going to be more into strategy related to regulations and policies that can be modified or can be changed or can be implemented. If you look at the medium term, we can tell that this medium term can focus on strategies that will be related more into investments and partnership, because you cannot ask for investors to come into your country unless you have rules, regulations. Therefore, in the long term, That's going to be more into strategies related to R&D, sustainability, and then going to the economic integration or regional integration in food security, because you cannot reach the food security if you don't have regulations in first stage to be implemented or to be modified. Final takeaways in this presentation can be delivered as the following. Understanding macroeconomics policy is crucial when we analyzing food security issue. Second, we do have, as we have seen, we do have a good potential for food security, good capacity to be to have food to be secured. However, the solution can be done through the, as mentioned by my colleagues again, the solution can be done through the regional integration. And the regional integration, there are 3 keys for the regional integrations that I want to final the presentation with: investment, technology, and sustainability. Thank you.
شكرا بروفيسور. أما الآن مع سعادة السفير بيريك آرين مدير عام المنظمة الإسلامية للأمن الغذائي، فليتفضل مشكورا.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Excellency, Dr. Ubaid Saif Hamad Al-Zahabi, Chairman of the Board of the Arab Authority for Agricultural Investment and Development, Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is indeed a privilege to address this distinguished conference on initiatives for achieving food security in the Arab world, a region where food security has evolved from a development concern into a strategic imperative central to economic stability, social cohesion, and long-term resilience. Before I dwell on the subject of our gathering, allow me to express thanks and appreciation to His Excellency Dr. Ubaid Saif Hamad Al-Zahabi for his gracious invitation for me to be here today. Such is a testament of the excellent collaborative relationship the Islamic Organization for Food Security enjoys with AID. Dear participants, this conference comes at a critical moment. Today, food security stands at the crossroads of multiple global challenges, including climate change, water scarcity, population growth, market volatility, and geopolitical uncertainty. These challenges are not isolated. They are interconnected, and they increasingly define the development trajectory of our region. For the Arab world, food security is no longer solely an agricultural concern. It's a strategic imperative that directly affects economic stability, social cohesion, and long-term resilience. Addressing it requires coordinated action, forward-looking policies, and strong partnership that bridge policy, investment, and implementation. It's always important to recall that historically the Arab world was not only food secure, it was a global food basket. From the Fertile Crescent in the Nile Valley to the Maghreb, Arab lands sustained civilizations, powered trade routes, and fed regions far beyond their borders. Reclaiming this legacy is not a matter of nostalgia, but of strategic renewal. With its vast arable lands, water management, heritage, youthful population, and growing technological capacity, the Arab world has the potential to once again transform its agricultural systems into engines of food security, resilience, and shared prosperity both for its people and for the wider Islamic world. Distinguished colleagues, the IFS was established with a clear mandate to support member states in strengthening food security through policy coordination, technical cooperation, and regional collaboration. Our role is not to replace national efforts, but to connect them, to transform national priorities into regional solutions, and to ensure that knowledge, investment, and innovation work in harmony. IFS works closely with governments, international and regional institutions to promote evidence-based food security policies, strengthen institutional and human capacities, facilitate cooperation among member states, and support the transition towards sustainable and climate-resilient food systems. In this context, the role of institutions such as AAID is both vital and complementary. While IFS provides policy coordination and strategic guidance, AAID brings investment capacity, operational experience, and a strong track record in translating strategies into tangible results on the ground. Allow me to highlight a few priority areas where collective action can generate meaningful and lasting impact. First, climate-smart agriculture must be scaled up. Climate change and water scarcity are redefining agricultural production across our region. We must invest in resilient farming systems, efficient water use, and technologies that safeguard productivity while preserving natural resources. Second, agricultural investment and financing must be strengthened. Public resources alone are insufficient. We need innovative and blended financing mechanisms that mobilize private capital, reduce investment risks, and channel resources toward priority food secure sectors. Third, youth engagement, women empowerment, and agribusiness development are essential for the future of agriculture. Empowering women and young people with skills, finance, and opportunities in agribusiness is not only an economic necessity, but a strategic investment in regional stability and innovation. In this particular context, the IFS is proud to announce that it will be integrating women and youth inclusion as a key priority. The upcoming 52nd OAC Council of Foreign Ministers is to inter alia mobilize the attention, expertise, and resource of the entire OAC system in favor of inclusive food system transformation, with a particular focus on rural women, which is the Women Agriculture Development Initiative, WADI. Fourth, knowledge sharing and policy coordination must be enhanced. Fragmented efforts weaken impact. Through stronger coordination, shared learning, and regional platforms, we can avoid duplication and maximize the effectiveness of our collective actions. These priorities reflect not only the strategic direction of IFS, but also the vision and operational focus of AAID and many Arab countries represented here today. Dear guests, looking ahead, IFS sees strong potential for structured and long-term cooperation with AAID and other partners through joint food security and agricultural development programs, co-financed pilot initiatives with regional impact, shared analytical and policy work, and coordinated platforms that link policy, investment, and implementation. Such collaboration can significantly enhance the effectiveness of regional food security efforts, strengthen institutional complementarities, and contribute to sustainable development across the Arab world. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this conference provides a timely opportunity to move decisively from dialogue to delivery. Achieving sustainable food security will require renewed collective leadership, deeper collaboration, and shared commitment to long-term solutions. These challenges before us, ranging from climate change and conflict to economic instability and demographic pressures, remain complex, yet our resolve must be stronger still. Through unity, cooperation, and a shared sense of purpose, we can build resilient and inclusive food system capable of delivering dignity, stability, and opportunity to communities across the OIC geography. May Allah Almighty bless our efforts, strengthen our unity, and guide us toward the future in which IFS, AID, and all other relevant institutions continue to stand even stronger in service of the member states and the noble cause of food security. I thank you for your attention. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
شكرا لسعادة السفير. أما الآن نشكر جميع المتحدثين وننتقل إلى استراحة للغداء مدة 40 دقيقة. بعدها هناك جلسات متوازية بعد الغداء إن شاء الله سيتم الإعلان عنها بعد حضور الجميع إلى القاعة. شكرا. لا بس يقولوا تست. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. 10 دقائق إن شاء الله وبنبدأ الجلسات معكم. 10 دقائق إن شاء الله وبنبدأ إن شاء الله الجلسات. في هناك وفي جلستين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. إن شاء الله ثواني وبنبدأ معاكم الجلسات بإذن الله، في انتظاركم. ندعو الجميع للجلوس في أماكنهم حيث سنبدأ بعد قليل. ندعو الجميع للجلوس في أماكنهم حيث سنبدأ بعد قليل إن شاء الله. تست. شغال. في مايكات. نعم، تبون مايكات زياده؟ الاستاذ خالد الصمودي. احمد مختار والبروفيسور خالد الصمودي هناك. اي لاني انا بعلن عن الجلسه اللي يبي يروح هناك. اي نعم. نبدا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته مرة أخرى. نواصل أعمال المؤتمر عبر مسارين متوازيين لتعميق النقاش إن شاء الله. الجلسة الأولى المائدة المستديرة، واللي بتكون أخواني في الطرف الآخر، وتناقش تحديات الاستدامة، الابتكار والتمويل، وتستضيف نخبة من رؤساء الشركات والمنظمات الدولية بإدارة البروفيسور خالد الصمودي والسيدة رامونا أنجلوسكي. أما بخصوص الجلسة الثانية خبراء الفاو، واللي بتكون إن شاء الله في هذه القاعة، وتناقش الاستثمار والتمويل الزراعي لأغراض التنمية الاقتصادية بإدارة الأستاذ أحمد مختار. نحن هني طبعا وصلنا لختام التقديم أخواني. بتكون إن شاء الله مثل ما قلنا الطاولة المستديرة في القاعة المقابلة للقاعة هذه، وخبراء الفاو إن شاء الله بتكون في هذه القاعة. وتفضلوا الحين اللي يعني بيتوجه هناك واللي بيتم هني. وشكرا لحضوركم. كنت أنا وياكم أخوكم أحمد راشد الشامسي. حياكم الله ودمتم بخير إن شاء الله. تفضل.
شكرا. Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Yes. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Welcome back from the lunch. You know, I was discussing with this is too formal. I need to be at least, ungrounded. We were discussing that having a session on food security after so much food, it's absolutely wrong. We need a siesta, for at least 2 hours and then come back and discuss the details. But unfortunately, we do not have much of the time. So to start with, this is an announcement that anyone who wants to sleep, you're most welcome to sleep. The only request is that please keep yourself on silent mode, like we do on the telephones. So in case you want to snore, that's your choice. It's complete right to food and right to sleep, but keep it quiet. The second information is that we have 4 solid presentations. So if you have sleep problems, that would be a good cure for you. We'll provide you with the material, and it is a tested material that after 15 minutes of solid scientific presentations, if you don't sleep, you have insomnia. So please get a checkup after that. We guarantee you that you'll sleep. So that means the presenters have to be mindful. If it is 15 minutes, 1 second, you will be liable for all of these diagnoses. So essentially, this session, first and foremost, we are hugely grateful to AAAID, our long-standing partner, that we are presenting some of our analytical work to Dr. Hussain, our dear friend and colleague who has mentored us and supported us to put together the session. So the idea of this session is that since we are talking all about financing, investments, finance, in this whole agri-food systems and the food security, we have done some analytical work. I believe that you know about the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN. If you do not know, you can Google it, not the ChatGPT. So what we do is that as part of our work, a lot of policy support is through the evidence that we generate and the knowledge and the analyses that we do. So we are going to present 4 pieces or 4 studies, as per guidelines of this conference. So we'll do one by one, but it is like a whole cycle. We will see what type of financing methods or the tools could be useful and have been useful in recent times in our region. Then we'll go to some of the investment mapping. We'll see what the public and private sectors are doing or not doing. Then we'll go a bit specific into the climate finance. And lastly, most importantly, a surprise for you, of course, if you're not slept by that time, is that we have done a fantastic analysis on the repurposing of the subsidies or agriculture support mechanisms. And the surprise is that you will be astonished at how much our region is spending in terms of the government expenditure. But is it efficient? Is it really where it is going, or we need to rethink? So there is, in fact, on a serious note, a lot of intellectual, let's say, thought pieces in these ones. Now, since we have, the post-lunch session, we will try to make it a bit more interactive. So I would request our colleagues, the panelists, to restrict your presentations to about 15 minutes. And then we can have 1 or 2 quick questions, any burning questions on that specific presentation. But once we are done with the presentations, we will then, have an interactive discussion. Because in this audience, of course, it is not just the one-sided. You are all experts in your areas and domains, and it has to be a dialogue. It must not be one-way type of things. All right. So if that is agreeable, because we have effectively 2 hours, Dr. Sen, if that is right, yes. So we'll try to fast track. Now, as I said, first and foremost, we need to understand that what works in the financing or what innovations we can do. You saw one of the examples of our innovative financing tool, and that is the Transformational Impact Partnership that we just signed, with the AAID in the morning. So there is money available overall, that is the bottom line. But do we have adequate tools and the methodologies and vehicles to use that? So in order to cover some of those topics, we did a lot of work, including our regional overview on food security and nutrition for 2023 or 4, sorry, remind 424, that was focused on this topic. So you're welcome to consult that. But a gist of that will be presented by our colleague, Mark Brown, who is working in our strategy and policy team. So Mark will take you through to some of these mechanisms that are being applied probably in the other sectors and less so in the agriculture and food, and something that we are presenting as a solution. And then, as I said, after each presentation, we'll have a very quick round of questions or comments. Once all of the presentations are done, and inshallah, if we are awake by that time, we'll go through an interactive discussion. So please enjoy the sleep and sometimes presentations. Mark, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for having us. Excellencies, Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, we're pleased to be here, and thank you to AAID for hosting us. So, across the backdrop, we have the Arab region facing challenges that are with food security and nutrition that are continuing to deepen. And with that in mind, we're going to need to have an agri-food transformation to address these concerns, and it's going to require financing. The big idea that we have here is that we'll have studies on how existing financing streams can be repurposed, how investment, how grants can be applied. But ultimately, when we don't have adequate financing, we need to think outside the box. How can we bring innovative mechanisms that will increase the flows of financing to the agri-food system with the ability to improve food security and nutrition outcomes? So this is the paper which Ahmed Mukhtar had just pointed to, where we go through several of the innovative financing mechanisms that have been emerging in the region, how they've been applied to various agri-food systems in the region, and the outcomes, not only that they are already achieving, but where they can go and what they can achieve if applied more broadly. So in the interest of time, I think we'll fast track the session a little bit, so we won't go into depth across all of them. But just a few of the big ones that we can cover is capital guarantees, how they can reduce the risk for investors, increase the flows of financing and investment capital into agri-food systems, results-based financing, how we can get grant capital better de-risked so that financing flows to important granting projects, as well as we can talk about the climate financing initiatives, but we will hear more from my colleagues on that one as well. So capital guarantees, I think at this session we're going to be hearing about so many brilliant, innovative ideas that can contribute to the advancement of agri-food systems, the improvement in food security in the Arab region, and everything from, I think we're going to be hearing about the application of drought-resilient crops like quinoa or sweet sorghum, a host of brilliant ideas. Now, when these new innovative ideas come to the private sector, it's not always that they're easily investable. There's always risks involved. But in the dire circumstance that we have to get investment finance flowing, and one of the best ways we can do that is through the use of concessional capital to provide capital guarantees. It can increase the flows of equity, of debt, debt to as small as microfinance loans all the way to as large as facilitating flows of sovereign impact loan debt as well. So basically, what we're talking about, it's not too complicated, but in the initial state, just a parcel of cash that's a loan guarantee. So then in a scenario where the investment is successful, nothing happens and the loan guarantee remains. But in the situation where there's a loss incurred, it just mitigates the downside risk for the investor, enabling the capital flow to happen. These can accomplish a host of things. They can lower interest rates for borrowers, approve loans using less collateral, or even bring clientele, small-scale agribusinesses, small-scale farmers that were previously unbankable, now bring them into the area where they can be financed. On the larger scale, it can really unlock sovereign debt for big infrastructure projects or big agriculture projects that governments hope to implement. There are a few conditions or limitations. There hasn't been the full breadth of empirical evidence yet to illustrate that credit guarantees deliver sufficient economic contribution and that there's not displacement of capital to other sectors, but all the same, we're encouraged by what it's accomplished so far. One of the examples from the region is a project by the Joint SDG Fund. In this project where starting from 2023, they've been rolling out small-scale agribusiness loans with capital guarantees that have, it's still in its early stage, but we've had promising progress so far, and they aim to create 1,200 jobs and issue 600 new loans. At the higher scale, we can look at Tunisia's Cereal Sovereign Loan Guarantee, which was guaranteed by a combination of the African Development Bank and UK's FCDO, which secured $2 billion for Tunisia's cereals investments. So, this is the scale of this can go from the grassroots to quite huge projects. MIGA, the World Bank agency, also for conflict and fragile states, can provide guarantees like this investment guarantee for the Nakhil date project in Palestine, which obviously helps keep some very material risks in check. Results-based financing, if we think similarly about the great innovation that's happening, even from the great minds in this room at this conference, I mentioned how the private sector, when it faces risks, or when it sees or perceives risks in investable agriculture projects, it's the same with agriculture projects that are granting projects. Sometimes a sponsoring government or a sponsoring donor may be apprehensive around a project that has very exciting and promising early stage research, but has not had the full comprehensive body of evidence to make it a sure thing that the impact will occur and the outcomes or objectives of the project will be achieved. So results-based financing is a way where, if one of these exciting innovators is struggling to secure funding from a government or from a donor, it can be contingent on the achievement of those results. So if one of these incredible initiatives is, instead of just receiving grant funding up front, the government or the donor can say, well, once a third-party auditor checks and assesses that indeed the impact or outcomes were achieved, then they issue the payment. And one of the very interesting things that can happen with this is when investors come in and they say, we have such faith that that the project will achieve the outcome that we'll actually pre-finance. So it's a way of bringing the private sector into the granting sphere as well. So this is the schematic of the flows from how results-based financing works, but I'll keep moving to the examples. Okay. Sure. So these are the flows where initially we have a conditional grant. So as I mentioned before, the grant is not actually passing at the beginning of the project, but it's signed and it's contingent on the results. So once the service delivery organization or the innovative, whether it's a nonprofit or a government, has that signed, then they can start to do the work. The issue is that, and so I should say, it will be a third-party evaluator, agreed upon by both parties, who should be measuring and deciding and declaring, okay, the impact has been achieved, the impact has not been achieved, or maybe to some partial degree somewhere in the middle. Then if the results are failed to be achieved, then the cash actually does not flow. If the results are achieved, then the cash flows. And the interesting part here is just at the very beginning with the investors, the box in the middle, they can provide the working capital to the innovative nonprofit or the implementing government so that they have that capital to implement the project. And it can be interesting for the investors when the outcomes payer or the grantor actually includes a small premium on the cost of the project, so that they, if successful, the investor earns a return on the investment. Now these are very interesting and exciting when they can move innovative ideas that have not been receiving funding into the zone where they can reach funding, but it's not applicable to every project. So in projects where we have, very, very well researched, comprehensive analysis that says indeed this project is sure to achieve its impact, then it's not the best idea, because then the governments or the outcomes payers who might be backing it are paying that risk premium basically for no reason. One of the great benefits to it as well is that because the payments are tied to the results as opposed to the activities, it gives innovative organizations the ability to be flexible, so that if there's some challenge and the impact is not being achieved, then the activities can be shifted and the organization can adapt and learn. Whereas sometimes with projects where it's just payments are associated with a strict list of activities, if the project's not working out well, organizations often have limited flexibility. And this is what I was mentioning about just where it's, you know, not appropriate for every organization, but for those innovative ones, which don't have the comprehensive evidence base, that's where they're most useful. Now, they've been results-based financing, results-based lending has been implemented by, you know, several of the IFIs from the World Bank to the Asian Development Bank and IFAD across the region. One of the unique things is that there have not been many in agri-food systems. So we have them implemented in other social areas, but until now there hasn't been many in the agri-food sector until recently with IFAD's implementation of the Padermo project in Morocco, where they're working with rural goat breeders to increase productivity and have their associations supported with both infrastructure, with capacity through literacy programs, and a view to improving the outcomes and productivity. Now, I think the time's running a bit. How am I close to the 15 minutes? Okay, so for the climate finance instruments, I think I'll leave most of it to Tamash, who's going to be coming up soon. But I think the main point that I want to illustrate here is, you know, again, similar to the results-based financing, these are excellent, powerful instruments. They're being used, they're being implemented in the region. And one of the challenges is just they are being used, they are being raised, but the applicability is not so frequently associated with agri-food systems. So with the bonds raised by Egypt, by Morocco, they're often related to energy development projects. UAE and Saudi have raised, you know, are some of the leaders of the pack in this sector, but not necessarily with the application to agri-food systems. So we've seen an example that's mentioned in the paper out of Mexico recently that was the first sort of green bond that specifically is linked to sustainable agriculture. But it's exciting because it serves as an example to pave the way how these instruments that are already being used in the region can be applied to the agri-food systems. So, yeah, I think I'll stop there and hand over to my next colleague, but thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mark. You have not been successful in making people sleep. So we still have one. Thank you, sir. We'll take only 2 questions, and then, of course, we'll have towards the end. Let's see if we have some extra microphones. Please. I think to the gentleman here, please. And if you can kindly introduce yourself and ask the question, that'll be great.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ali Masood, the Economic Advisor for Arab Fund for Economic and Social Development. Thank you so much for a very wonderful presentation. Actually, my question is, have you engaged in blended finance kind of models in financing any project that you are working on? And if you do it, how can you coordinate this financing instrument together and implement it? Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for the question. So in terms of implementation, we haven't been implementing as FAO ourselves, but we've certainly been studying, promoting, and supporting, and yes, it is involved in the paper. And even capital guarantees are one of those examples of blended financing where we're bringing the, where it brings the concessional, non-profit seeking, non-return seeking capital, combining it with the investment capital in order to find that middle place to make the project investable enough to move forward. So yeah, I would say even the capital guarantees are one example of that blended financing. The results-based financing could be another example, but absolutely, I think blended financing is really going to be the family of vehicles that can get finance flowing to some of these, currently uninvestable projects and get the agri-food systems blossoming, thriving, and transforming.
Thank you. And to complement, if you mean implementing, FAO does not directly implement or get into the funding or the funds, but we do the partnerships. For example, this transformational impact partnership where we are partnering with AAID. AAID will manage the fund. We will not do that. So we are more like the technical assistance and advisory due to our scope. So that is the difference. I think that was what you were hinting at. So we would not be actually part of the fund management because of our mandate or limitations to the mandate. Thank you. But we are quite instrumental in many, RED Plus, if you understand this desertification, hundreds of millions of dollars is one of the examples in doing so. But of course, then there are specialized agencies like IFAD, the International Fund for Agriculture Development, out of the Rome-based agencies who are into the fund management as well. Okay, so thank you so much, Mark. If that is the case, then we move very swiftly to the next one.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. So, of course, Mark mentioned that it is not about the dearth of the funding or financing. It is how you package that, because at the end of the day, everything is about packaging. You see me in this suit, but once I take the suit, you will say that, you're not in shape. So it is all about this suit. Same about the financing. You present a proposal to someone, and they say it is not in a shape because we are not presenting in a manner that it should be. So blended finance, innovative financing mechanisms, giving, some comfort to all sides, the pure equity financiers, the development players, and the implementers. Only then, we can strike a balance. Now, let's move to some of the specificities. One part of that is the investments. Why don't we invest into the agri-food systems? What's wrong with that? And what could be done in order to incentivize? We did a very quick mapping study that we are presenting as a second over here, which was done by our colleague Saifullah Khan, who, I don't know how many things, he has his own hats, but with us, he's a member of our regional network of experts on agriculture trade specifically and have been working with us on few advisory and consultancy positions. So Saif, you can go over to the rostrum and take some of the, prepare your presentation, but we have one question over here from the gentleman. So sir, we'll give you the mic if you can please. And by the way, I must apologize that all of our presentations are in English. It should be in Arabic. The studies are in Arabic as well available, but due to our linguistic limitations, I hope you would find with presenting in English.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
نص انجلش Arabic اوكي.
من فضلك.
الحقيقه انا عايشت كثير من المشاريع.
لحظه من فضلك. Can we have the interpretation? At least for Mark, because this is a question to you. شوية من فضلك. Mark, you can take that because I think it will be probably for you. تفضل أستاذ.
دكتور محمد يوسف، مركز البحوث الزراعية، أستاذ متفرغ. الحقيقة الفترة اللي فاتت عايشت كثير من المشاريع الممولة. بمجرد ما بينتهي المشروع، تمويل المشروع ده كأنه ما كانش موجود ومفيش استمرارية. يعني الاستدامة بتنعدم، وبالتالي فترة الاستفادة بتبقى فقط خلال التمويل المالي. بمجرد ما ينقطع هذا التمويل، المشروع كأنه ما كانش. فدي مشكلة. المفروض التمويل يضع شروط أو تصور لضمان استمرارية التمويل المالي للمشاريع الزراعية، لأن الحقيقة بتحقق نتائج خلال فترة تنفيذها. بمجرد ما ينتهي التنفيذ بنرجع تاني لنقطة الصفر ومحتاجين لتمويل جديد. فالحقيقة النقطة دي محتاجة لنظرة من الجهات الممولة لضمان وضمان استمرارية استفادة المزارع الصغير من هذا التمويل. شكرا.
Shukran, Doctor. Do you want to address or? It is, thank you so much, Doctor. I think you're absolutely correct. It is all about what we call the sustainability. You know, sustainability is not just from an environmental and other perspectives, but how can we make things, you know, that go a bit beyond so-called interventions? Because agriculture sector, unfortunately, and that is what I think we will discuss. And the basic question is that why does it depend hardly on both, you know, the private or the public sectors with hardcore cash injections or the interventions of the support and the subsidy mechanisms? Why can we not, you know, make the so-called development in the agri-food systems more sustainable? Now, that does not mean that the agriculture sector is not profitable. It is, you know, we do have, you know, success stories and others, but in the development sector overall, you're right that, you know, I mean, it has to be something which is a bit more sustainable. Do you want to address that or?
I think largely I completely agree with you, and I completely agree with the concern highlighted in the question that when projects are designed, you know, if we can call it the exit strategy, the strategy to transition from the period of funding for the project on into the future is absolutely essential. If it you know, absolves the need for the project, that's great. If it can transition to private sector financing, that's great. You know, a sustainable government relationship or whatever, I completely agree that projects that are funded should not leave a gap at the end where the requirement for funding is there, but the funding fails to flow. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And just to add to that one, that in fact, if you look at all of the project's designs, there is a sustainability clause written everywhere, but somehow a lot of projects fail to continue, as you said, Doctor. So this is a point, I think, for collective discussion that we need to be a bit more sustainable, or let's say exit strategy, you know, in the capital terms. All right, thank you so much for very important point, Doctor. That was really good one that we all have to keep in mind, that funding, financing, investments, interventions, projects, but then what after that? Thank you. So let's go to the second part, promoting the investments for transforming. So Saif, it's over to you, and 15 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. Actually, what I'm going to just discuss today in front of you is salient features of a study which I conducted last year, and it's all about how to promote investment in the Arab world to promote agri-food system and to promote food security. The contents of the study, it spells out the whole context in which different chapters and the different topics were discussed in the study itself. The policy introduction about the context and the current policies and regulations which are in place in the Arab world, in some selected countries from non-crisis and some from the crisis region. The regulatory gap analysis was conducted, keeping in view the best practices, and the comparison was done in a matrix format to highlight what are the issues which need some improvements. Then we had recommended thematic areas that how the shortcomings can be overcome. So there were some specific spot on, according to the countries, some specific recommendations were made in the study. And finally, the action plan, how to implement the recommendations as well. So the countries were only given the opportunity to improve the policies and then implement the same in true spirit. Actually, we all know that the key challenge is the water scarcity. We have been listing this since morning. Even every second speaker talked about the water scarcity. But the issue which we have seen is the policy framework. Actually, in most of the countries, the policy framework is quite outdated. And it needs some improvements, keeping in view the advancements and the technology in place. So the policy, outdated policy is one key challenge. Climate risk, we all know. The financing is another big challenge, that how to trigger the finance and how to transfer the finance towards the agri-food system in this region. Infrastructural gaps, in some of the countries, it's very good, very robust, but in most of the Arab countries, still there is a lot of impediments. The focus areas, obviously, agri-tech, which is the need of the hour, water management, climate resilience, and infrastructure improvements. Why the agri-food investment is critical in the Arab world? Actually, this is on the right side. It was quoted by the president of AAAID in one of his discussions. He said that the vision of AAAID is to increase intra-Arab trade and food security, ensure food security, which will cost around $47 billion in this whole region. And the challenge is because of these reasons, that the population projected to increase 540 million by 2030. Over 50 to 85% of the food calories are imported, which is a huge challenge. Agriculture consumes 80 to 90% of available fresh water, which is a huge challenge. We were just discussing about what we have seen recently in Kuwait. The mission, we were in Kuwait for one of the assignments, and we have seen what kind of shortages of water they are facing. The climate stress is already reducing agricultural yields, so agri-tech is the answer to make sure that the yields should not go down, should not be unpredictable. And smallholder farmers, they dominate production, but unfortunately, they don't have technology, they don't have finance. So these are some basic issues. What we have observed that there are certain countries like UAE, Saudi Arabia, Morocco, they are very good. Their frameworks are very good, the policy framework is very good, regulatory framework is very good, even the enforcement is very impressive. However, at the same time, there are certain countries like Bahrain, Egypt, Oman, Qatar, Kuwait, and Tunisia, which are partially developed framework. Sometimes the policy framework is good, but the enforcement is not up to the mark. There are fragmented implementation, so much of enforcement issues. Then comes the weak framework areas like two countries I've just mentioned, Algeria and Mauritania, where there are different issues of infrastructure, weak investor protection, administrative burdensome, red tapeism. So these are some of the categorization we have made. And then the crisis-affected countries where the whole scenario is different. There are no proper institutions who can prepare policies and implement the same. On the regulatory barrier side, what we have done is, as I mentioned earlier, on a metrics-based, we have identified what kind of regulations improvement are required in the Arab world, and by comparing them with the best practices in the world. And identified certain non-crisis issues. Policy frameworks exist, but investment is constrained due to certain barriers. In crisis countries, policies are non-operational due to conflict and institutional fragility. These are basically the gaps or the barriers in the non-crisis country. In some of the countries, the ease of doing business is not very positive, or the environment is not very conducive. Complex and multi-layer licensing requirement, which shortens the pace of development in the agri-food system. There are certain FDI laws which exist, but agri-food specific access is not available. They are generalized for the whole sector of economy, but there is no specific areas for agriculture. Land access, agricultural land access and leasing remain constrained or unclear for the investors. Likewise, there are water and irrigation governance issues, infrastructure and logistics issues in many countries in the region. Smallholder and SME inclusion, they have so much of issues, lack of financing, and they do not have access to agri-tech. And finally, the climate resilience integration. The climate risks are not systematically embedded in the investment decisions. Coming to the crisis countries, the whole scenario is different. The policy operability is one big issue. Institutional capacity is another very big issue. Investment risk, obviously due to high political insecurity, nobody is ready to invest. Infrastructure and financing, extensive damage to productive logistics and water infrastructure. So this is again a big limitation. So what are the recommendations? How can we just overcome all these gaps, all these barriers? One way of doing so is water resource management. So what is required to be done is prioritize large-scale irrigation efficiency, integrate non-conventional water sources into agriculture, and align water governance with agri-food investment planning. The second thematic area is climate resilience. What is required to be done is to mainstream climate resilience across agri-food policies and investment framework. Promote climate-smart agriculture practices to improve productivity and resilience, expand access to adaptation finance, including concessional finance and blended finance. This is something which Mark has already touched upon, and even Thomas will talk about it. Scale up early warning system to support anticipatory action and risk-informed decision-making. The next area of recommendation was agri-tech innovation, which is extremely important and a weak area in this part of the world. With the exception of a few countries, Gulf, and a few more countries, there are so much of issues of agri-tech, which is the need of the hour in the smaller countries and the smaller economies. Infrastructure development is another big issue, that in order to prioritize investment, you need to have cold chains, logistics infrastructure, reduce the post-harvest losses. This actually requires proper policy, proper investment, proper public-private partnership. These are some of the examples of innovative financing vehicles. In this study, if you go through it, you will find examples of each and every vehicle which is mentioned, like green and sustainability bond, which only promotes environment-friendly agriculture products, agricultural investment. Blended finance includes private sector involvement. Islamic finance includes Sukuk, Mudarba, and other bonds. Agri-tech is the investment available for agri startups to streamline and to make their processes more tech-based. Crowdfunding platforms are basically funding for smaller projects, for some women, from youth, just to promote their contribution to the agri-tech. Public-private partnership is, as we all know, the investment from private sector and the public sector together. So the action plan, how to implement this whole plan of action, has a step-by-step approach, short-term, medium-term, and the long run. Basically, in the short term, emphasis is made on the policy making to attract the confidence of the investor. That is basically the requirement in the short term. If you can get the confidence of the investor, he will be ready to come and invest. And in the medium term, the basic idea is scaling and mobilization. So in the medium term plan, you have to mobilize, actually implement the plan, scale it so that they can attract more investment into it. In the longer run, sustainability goals, you have to achieve SDGs, you have to invest more into sustainable technologies. So the shorter, medium, and long-term plan is very elaboratively highlighted and discussed in the report, in the study. Action plan for institutional responsibilities and financing architecture, as I have already discussed, touched upon that the agri-food system transformation or the attraction of the investment is not only the job of one stakeholder. You need the blend of stakeholders. You need public sector policies and reforms. You need private sector to come in and invest money. You need the development partners like FAO to provide you technical assistance and the knowledge. And you need financial institutions to offer you financing instruments which are easily available for the investors and the stakeholders. So the financing architecture includes integrate public funding with the private capital through blended and innovative finance, which is already discussed by Mark. Align agri-food investments with climate finance and sustainability objectives, and prioritize long-term system-level investments over short-term expenditures. So these are the action plan prioritization principles, monitoring and evaluation, and then the long-term impact. In the study, what we have done is we have explained project prioritization principles, and specifically for different countries and different parts within the Arab world, what kind of priorities are required for the Gulf, what kind of priorities are required for the crisis countries and the non-crisis countries. In monitoring and evaluation, we have highlighted how systematically track progress across thematic areas, and the financing instrument can result into more and more evaluation and risk sharing and performance-based financing. And in the end, the long-term impact would be the reduced dependence on food imports, lower post-harvest losses, and enhanced food availability, and more resilient agri-food system capable of withstanding climate, water, and supply chain shocks. For crisis-affected countries, you know that the story is altogether different. The immediate priority is restore basic policy operability and service delivery, because there are not too many laws and regulations available there. In a short to medium term, you have to introduce risk-sharing instruments like guarantees, first loss capital, political risk insurance to enable selective private participation. Tough job. And in the long-term transition, gradually shift from humanitarian support to recovery-led bankable agri-food investments. So all these issues have been discussed in detail in this study. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
Okay, thank you so much, Saifullah Khan. So let's do a quick sleep check. Still awake. Sorry. I mean, I apologize that our people are not really that much expert in, putting people to sleep. So any quick questions, one or two before we move to the next one, just to wake some colleagues up? All right. Does not seem to be the case. And there is no coffee break, by the way. So choice is yours. You want to continue with this modality? All right, fair enough. Of course, you are the masters. We are just, serving some of the knowledge products. Anyways, thank you so much, Saifullah. I think we are getting to the specificities now, why the investments are not coming. Of course, it is a known fact about these infrastructure and policy challenges, but the most important point is that do we want to address investments into the agri-food systems or make it much more attractive? I don't think that we as countries do that much. If you ask any of the countries, they have the best, in their terms, the best investment or foreign direct investment initiative or the policies or the plans, and it is to a great extent correct as well. There is a business case for the agriculture, investing into agriculture, correct? Yes, it is. As a matter of fact, if you look at the World Economic Forum's latest forecast of the future of jobs, the number one job that will grow from now until 2036 is not the data scientist, it is the farm workers. And the agriculture is, in my view, one of the best businesses for the next 20 to 30 years at least, by simple return on investment, because people are increasing and the food demand is increasing, and the land is actually decreasing. Not that land is stagnant, it is decreasing, water is decreasing. Anyways, so let's get into the next specific study now. It was mentioned in the previous two discussions on the climate mitigation, adaptation, or let's say the climate change financing, or in short, we say climate finance. Now that is even more attractive area, isn't it? I mean, everyone wants to manage the climate change, everyone wants to mitigate and adapt and do these type of things. But are we really there? And we have, of course, fantastic portfolios of the investments and the big development partners. If you look at the balance sheet of the World Bank or even the Ag Fund, for example, in the morning, IFAD and all of that, they have, of course, a sizable portfolio that is for the climate finance, in addition to the GCF, the GEF, and all of these instruments. But are we really, as Arab region in particular, getting benefit out of that one? Or if not, how can we benefit? So in order to present all of these, we have with us our Food Systems and Nutrition Officer, Thomas Watai, who has been instrumental in many of these studies. So he will do the third attempt to put you to sleep. Thomas, you have 15 minutes to prove your skills. Otherwise, we are back to the questions. So over to you, Thomas.
Thank you so much. Yes, so I would start around the figure that Saifullah put on the screen, that one estimation from triple AID is that at least $40 billion is missing annually for successful agri-food systems transformation to provide food security and nutrition in the region. We, in our regional report, we put that figure around $80 billion. So the figure is around $80 billion should be, that is needed annually. It's a finance gap that agri-food systems would need so that they become resilient, supportive for agriculture, providing good nutritional outcome. So I think climate finance is an important issue from that point of view, which could help, to bridge this financing gap. As we will see in the presentation, the Arab region is quite far behind other regions. Certain other regions, at least Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa and Asia, to attract climate finance. So we aim to launch a report, around that topic to try to understand why is climate finance not flowing that much to the region? What can be done? It's a similarly a type of mapping exercise. What are the current enabling factors, or which are those factors which are currently act as rather bottlenecks, which cause this reason for relatively lower climate finance flows to the region. So this study, which will be issued in the next few months, is trying to tackle this issue. So I would just present some key takeaways, maybe, as we have already the draft report. We are refining that and will issue. First, I will just show briefly, our regional SOFI report findings, what existing flows financial flows are going into the region, focusing on climate finance. And then a little bit discuss, and under the second point, this enabling environment, or the missing pieces for having an enabling environment here in the Arab region. Of course, we are discussing that as well, country by country. We are taking a set of countries and going country by country to map existing enabling environment, regulatory frameworks, programs, strategies. Then I would present a bit FAO's role, how we can help member states in the countries to attract climate finance for agri-food systems transformation. And I will give a positive example of two countries which were able to attract. Morocco is attracting the highest climate finance, I mean GEF, GFC, so these external sources, and UAE is of course following a different track because it's unable, as it is a high-income country, it cannot apply for such funds, but it is providing from domestic sources, these financing instruments. So just very briefly, the financial flows that we mapped, in the Arab region, these are the broader financial flows consisting of official development assistance, bank credit, government expenditure, FDI. And then, of course, the GCF is within the development assistance. So altogether, food systems are receiving annually this around 30 billion US dollars. And then if you compare that to the gap, which is missing 80 billion, so it is a lot. So if we can do already something to fill at least partially this gap by climate finance, I think that would be a great achievement for the region. By the way, generally, so globally, agri-food systems are receiving relatively low climate finance, so that is true for all of the regions in the world. Despite they are being vulnerable to climate change shocks, they receive less than 5%. And that is even true for the NANAD region, and taking into account the challenges that the region is facing that we could see in earlier presentations. So I think there is a great potential here to do something to attract more climate finance, as they are often currently favoring the energy and infrastructure over food systems. So that is why we are trying to help to, in this first phase, to some analytics, on food systems, how we can enable more climate financing, and then, of course, how FAO can help countries in the region to attract more climate finance. So that's what I was mentioning, that you can see that the Arab countries are indicated with the dark blue lines. So other regions such as Sub-Saharan Africa and Asia are much more able to attract climate finance. I don't go into the details. You can see there was a big jump, in climate finance in 2022, but you can see that in all years, Morocco was the #1 which were able to attract climate finance, which were, of course, based very much as well on external sources. And of course, GCC countries are not within these statistics because they are rather relying on domestic sources for climate finance. There are other publications, which are around the adaptation needs for the region, and tackling, this lack of climate finance. I don't know now into major details on that. Now, let's see what are the structural reasons why agri-food systems are underfinanced. Often we could see, and this is linking to the previous presentation, that often institutions are weak, and these are undermining investors' confidence. And another reason is that there is a poor data and lack of monitoring, reporting, and verification MRV systems that would limit, that would help, to assessing the eligibility for climate funds. Small project sizes, so no scalable projects, lack of horizontal coordination among the ministries, to put together larger projects, and the high perceived risk, which discourages private investments. And the siloed approach from the side of ministries, as I'm mentioning now. Here we have another publication as well, which is arguing for a systems approach. So it's a much different way of transforming agri-food systems compared to a siloed approach. The following slides are showing the difference, right? So we will need system thinking, system knowledge, system governance, systems doing, systems investment, and systems learning. So you can see that investment is an important part of this systems thinking. So instead of siloed approaches, ministries should work cross-sectorally to put together investable projects. And then there is, again, this regulatory type of bottleneck that many countries have, although climate laws, but they have weak implementation. And agriculture is often marginal within climate legislation. Often secondary rules are missing, and approval procedures remain very slow. And often laws are not followed by investment projects, so something is missing to basically, if there is some enabling, let's say, rules environment, still projects are not implemented. So these are some of the findings that we have from the report. And we can see, as well as other reasons, that climate funds are weak or not operational. So few countries have functional climate financing vehicles, and existing funds often exclude agriculture and water. As I mentioned, they are targeting rather the climate finance instruments, rather other sectors like infrastructure or energy. And funds like capitalization, governance clarity, and appropriate monitoring, reporting, and verification linkages. That is another issue, not in GCC countries, that countries are often over-reliant on conditional external finance. And in many countries which are not ore producers, domestic co-financing is limited by fiscal space. So in that sense, the long-term investment planning is undermined. And then I mentioned this inadequate MRV and climate finance tracking. Often we can see, and then my colleague will speak more about that agriculture support policies are misaligned with climate goals, so I don't go into details on that one. And that I mentioned already partly, that sustainable finance frameworks often exclude agri-food systems. For example, the green technologies or ESG frameworks prioritize industry or energy sector. Water and irrigation regulations, such as the water and irrigation subsidies, can act as bottlenecks, can be not synchronized with climate change related policies. So these can deter climate investments, for example, when the water is subsidized, that is acting against the climate change goals or strategies. As I mentioned, high-income countries are excluded from concessional climate funds. In these countries, the domestic finance dominates, but in many cases, these are lacking climate targeting, and agriculture is not often prioritized in green finance, and risk-sharing tools are limited. So even that in high-income countries, there are more funds available or domestic sources, still we can see that they are often not supportive for climate change, let's say, adaptation or mitigation projects or investments. In crisis-affected countries, I can refer again to the previous presentation. Because of the conflict and instability, government systems are not functioning well. I think we have tackled more or less these factors in the previous presentation. So I just go over this slide, and I speak maybe more about FAO's strategic role, let's say, in agri-food systems climate finance. As it is very important, the project preparation facilities, as bankable agri-food projects are scarce, and often ministries are lacking capacity to design finance-ready proposals. We propose, at least the study is proposing, that NANA countries should institutionalize dedicated sector-focused project preparation facilities. because early stage grants can unlock larger investments at a larger stake. And FAO has here a comparative advantage, as we are bridging agriculture, climate, and finance communities, and we have a strong role in monitoring, reporting, and verification system design and data. We can act as a key actor in project preparation and pipeline development. So I will bring an example from Palestine, for example, where we are preparing a GFC grant. It is 55 million US dollar GSF grant, which is triggering even more investment. You can see 65 million US dollar project, which will be implemented together by FAO and the Ministry of Agriculture. And with this project, we are aiming to transform fruit value chains across the whole value chain. You can see over there which fruits, vegetables are involved in this project. And the project aims to strengthen climate resilient land, water, and crop management through efficient irrigation, water harvesting, and so on and so forth, climate smart practices, focusing on women as well and youth, climate smart processing technologies. So it's quite complex, but you can see it is a higher value project. So it is one example where we are helping one country putting together this project and then apply for a GCF grant. Now let's see, it is the final part of the presentation. So what made, Morocco able to attract the most climate fund from foreign sources, and then we can look at the example of UAE for domestic funding for climate change. So it is often cited, as I'm mentioning, that GCF, GEF, and multilateral development banks, bilateral donors are saying that it has the most complete enabling environment for climate finance and for the whole food systems. Now we can see that the rules of the game have been very well done in Morocco, so these policy foundations are very solid. It established a key national climate governance architecture anchored in low and long-term strategies, and integrated climate objectives into sectoral policies, including agriculture, and created coordination mechanisms across water, agriculture, energy, and environment. So you can see here this systems approach, and embedded climate priorities in national planning and budgeting processes. So it provided a legal certainty and predictability for donors and investors, and it was a key success factor. So it was a systems approach. Climate policy was not isolated. It was embedded across the broader economy. So that contributed to the success of Morocco. And the second one is the financing architecture and access to climate funds. It developed a strong national entity accredited by the Green Climate Fund, and it enabled as well blended finance systematically. So what Mark was mentioning, so putting together grants, concessional loans, and domestic co-financing. So you can see other examples as well for this successful attraction of climate finance by Morocco. And the trust engine, right? So it is operating such a monitoring, reporting, and verification systems, which is covering mitigation, adaptation, water, and agriculture, with measurable outcomes and a track record of project delivery at scale. Exactly. And then let's see the other example, which is building more on domestic sources. So here the MRV is focused on corporate, ESG, innovation, pilots, and reporting leadership. And it was of course, it had then less pressure to meet donor verification standards, but still there are standards in first, as mentioned by this ESG reporting, and this MRV supports the reputation and market access. So it enables, the private and, of course, domestic public funds as well, which is a strong strategic signaling tool, the existing MRV system. So that is the two cases, and then with that, I'm finishing my presentation.
Thank you so much, Thomas. Quick sleep check.
Yes.
Okay, no. You were not successful because there are two hands instantly. By the way, I have a quiz before going to the questions. And this is a real sleep check. What was the particular thing in Thomas' presentation when he was presenting? Did anyone notice that? That is the real sleep check. If someone says that we'll give a prize, there was something very particular in the presentation by Thomas. Anyone, including the panelists, you know that Thomas. See, that shows. That shows. So good, no one noticed except us. Anyways, please, sir, and then back to you, sir.
Thank you so much for very, very, very informative, actually, presentation. And a matter of fact, in the ERA Fund, we are dealing with the climate financing now, and we're working with the framework of Roma process. As you know, Roma process with the part of it, and ERA Fund and many international organizations. But when you talk about a regulatory framework, it is not only about the countries or individual countries themselves, but it is also related to the financial institutions or the donors framework. So it is not about solving the problem of regulations for individual countries, but also the very, a huge number of donors and financial institutions that every single one of them has a different framework, which we suffer in the Roma process. And when we have a meeting with there and we try, okay, this project it is impressive project, but guess what? While I would love to finance, but you know what, we cannot work it out. So how can we deal with this coordination thing? Another issue also regarding the bottleneck of climate finance. Unfortunately, the project themselves that are presented to financial institutions are not completed, are not actually articulated very well. You find the project is just, a bunch of papers written down without, economic and social impact, financial sustainability, the sustainability issues, and so on and so on. So one issue that we need to work with is capacity building for organizations or institutions or even individuals. They want to present a project that they know how to write a project that underline or comes under the climate finance instruments, how to write it and how to present it to the financial institution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. As I understand, these were other comments, but thank you very much, very useful. Yes, you are completely right that different donor organizations are having different criteria. From FAO side, we are rather than targeting those major ones, of course, the GCF requirements, which are quite exhaustive and even, very many technical details. So I think from our side, we are trying to focus on those ones, but you are completely right that different donors have different criteria. And of course, we are here concerning your second comment as technical organization, and we are having, because of this discussion, right, how we would be able to draft or design, bankable agriculture products, that can be done, accepted, by financial institution or by investors. So you are completely right in that point as well. I don't know, Ahmed, if you would like to add something.
Thanks, I think, that is true. It's a very important point because do you know what is the average number of papers for a GCF proposals? 538. That GCF average size. Seriously, there are proposals project proposal. So, I mean, it's not an easy task, and it's about 2 years process. But yes, you're absolutely correct. We need to streamline. I just remember one example, the different mobile phones had different chargers. Now, finally, everyone is going USB-C. So it will come, inshallah. We will also become USB-C one day. So let's wait for that. Sir, you had a question, no comment. Over to you, please. Just kindly wait for the mic.
Thank you. Very informative presentation. I just want to understand, see, one of the challenge is the verification cost is very expensive, So when it comes to the small scale holders, to reach to the small scale holders, do you have any sort of innovative plans to reduce the verification cost? Or do you kind of do a research on reducing these expenses as we move forward?
Can I? Because yes, I always go with the examples and then Thomas can explain. Climate finance, and please don't quote me, of course it is being recorded, there is nothing off the record, but reality is that climate finance is not a retail finance for the time being. It is basically that someone has made a Ferrari that can go up to 300 kilometers per hour, but not everyone can afford Ferrari. So you're absolutely correct, because it is verification, compliance, access, all of those issues are really burdensome, but then the issue is about this transaction cost of this access to this financing. That is why in our systems, in the whole UN system of the development sector, it is not the availability of the finance, it is the access to finance as well. That is equally important. So, I mean, I can only agree with that, but I don't think that anyone, because people like us, the FAO or others, are not in a situation to so-called mediate that. I mean, there needs to be an innovation, you're absolutely correct, but it is probably the finance providers or the intermediaries who have to come up with some financing instruments that can so-called, disaggregate this transaction cost and do this, I want delegated type of, access to the finance. Thomas, any comments on this one?
I agree with that one.
All right, so thank you so much for the very valuable comments. I think you're not successful as well. We can hope for the very last one. Azza, if you can do that. So now we'll move to the last part, last presentation, and then we'll hopefully have some discussion. So now we have seen, the availability and access and all of that, but there is a segment or element that is often ignored. How much public sector is, investing or let's say spending into the agriculture? The region, of course, is diverse region, with very rich countries and not very rich countries. But we are doing a lot in the governments, because as a matter of fact, I always believe as a student of public policy that every government has genuine intentions, which is a fact, we have to accept, because no one deliberately would like to do something that is not good, because they have their political cost, they have their economic cost and all of that. But then, the balance between the politics and the economy and the short term versus long term, this is where the whole impact comes in. So we'll discuss now that, what is being done in terms of the agriculture support or the subsidies, and what could be a better, let's say, equation. So we have Dr. Azza Kamal with us. She has been working with us for some time now. She's a policy specialist, and Azza is probably out of this lot the only one who qualifies to be in this conference as a researcher and academician as well. But now she's more of a policy practitioner. So Azza, over to you, please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Good afternoon. I will give the presentation in English, but I will start with some welcome words in Arabic. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. كل عام وحضراتكم بخير. بشكر حضراتكم جدا جدا على الحضور ومشاركتكم الكريمة والفعالة، ويسعدني طبعا أن أتوجه بجزيل الشكر للسادة الزملاء من المنظمة العربية للاستثمار والإنماء الزراعي على تنظيمهم المتميز واستضافتهم الكريمة للمؤتمر. So our presentation today is about repurposing agricultural support in the Arab region. It is based on a study which was published in 2024, covering 5 countries: the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Tunisia, and Morocco. So the results which are provided here are based on this study, but they can be generalized for most of the countries in the region. So in the presentation, we are going through what does repurposing agricultural support mean, the current state of agricultural support in the NENA region, how current support instruments shape the system outcomes, and options for repurposing agricultural support in the NENA region. So starting with what does repurposing agricultural support mean? نقصد إيه بإعادة توجيه الدعم الزراعي. So we do not mean by repurposing agricultural support that we are cutting support or just replacing support instruments. What we mean is that we are rebalancing and redesigning incentives within existing effort to better align with agri-food system level objectives. So what we mean by repurposing is that we are shifting attention from what is supported to how support functions across the agri-food system. So we are taking an agri-food system lens, as that was, or a system thinking that was explained by my colleague Tamash in the previous presentation. In terms of the current support of agriculture in the NENA region, agricultural support is meant to deliver several legitimate objectives, including, of course, as we have been mentioned today, food security, nutrition and diet affordability, stable and predictable farmer livelihoods, environmental sustainability, water, soil, long-term productivity, as well as resistance to climate, water, and price shocks. But as has been presented by the different presentations today, unfortunately, those outcomes have been not fully achieved in the region, despite large amounts provided to subsidies. So there is a gap between objectives and outcomes, which reflects how support is designed and combined across the agri-food system. So that's why it is very important that we understand this gap through a systems lens of how incentives created by different instruments interact, how risks are transmitted or absorbed across production, markets, and consumers, and how isolated instruments can undermine each other when not aligned. So looking at public spending in the region, in absolute terms, we see that it is rising here. So it amounts to about $11.7 billion in 2022, and this also is important to note that those values which are published on the FAO website are basically the general support services provided to agriculture, but not covering all types of support or consumer support. So there are large amounts, and they are not all of it. Also, there are more that's spent. But as we see, the share in of spending to agriculture has declined from about 3% in 2001 to only about 1.5% of the government expenditure. So the share of expenditure directed to agriculture has declined over time. Also looking at the Agriculture Orientation Index for government expenditure, which represents the share of agriculture in government expenditure relative to its weight in agricultural GDP. So we see, so if it is 1, it is the same. If it's less than 1, it means that agriculture is not receiving as much government expenditure as it contributes to GDP. So we see here that generally the Agriculture Orientation Index in most of the countries in the NENA region is below 1%. It is reaching even like 0.5% or 1% in some countries, and generally below the global average. So we see that we have, we have a lot of spending, but still we have tight budgets, and we have a lot of objectives and even increasing challenges over time relating to climate, food security, also global events. So we need to see how we can repurpose those agricultural subsidies to achieve our objectives and meet the upcoming and future challenges through an agri-food system lens. So there have been common level challenges that are summarized here, but then I provide some examples from the region and some examples of instruments to see how they operate and how they affect the agri-food system outcomes. So generally, we have problems with targeting challenges. so subsidies are not targeted to the correct groups sometimes, which leads to dilution of impacts and raising fiscal costs. Also, there is import reliance in selected commodity change, which even increases the exposure to global price shocks. Also, the consumption incentives are sometimes not aligned to which are focusing on subsidized staples. They are not aligned with nutrition and health outcomes and raising the hidden costs of consuming unhealthy diets for populations. Also, there are environmental and resource use pressures linked to subsidy incentive structures with implications for food safety and environmental sustainability. So we are looking at some examples of subsidy instruments and some examples of in the repurposing debate about how to improve them, but it's very important to keep in mind when I am talking about these cultures, there are just examples of good practices, but it is important that we do not only redesign instruments. We have to have a whole package and a whole view of the agri-food system to see how the subsidy system is working. So we should not be like reforming only one single instrument. So looking at an example of input subsidy, which are subsidies provided to agricultural inputs like fertilizers or pesticides or other practices. So I will give here some example of the nitrogen fertilizer subsidies in Egypt. So this, and the government is already going into reforming this system, but the current system has a problem of poor targeting. It is meant to subsidize the small farm to provide the fertilizers at affordable prices for small farmers, but there are some problems as many farmers also, the smallholders, yes, are leasing the farms, so they do not have the documents, the 10-year documents to prove their access, their eligibility to the subsidy system. So, and also because we have now some of those fertilizers are provided through cooperatives at lower prices. So we're having two prices in the market, which means that you are creating also parallel markets or informal markets. And with the increasing costs, as we have seen in the Russia-Ukraine crisis, there has been increasing burden for the government. In addition, of course, because the governments are having, the farmers are having a lot of this type of fertilizers, they can overuse it. بلاش كتر منه يعني زي ما بنقول، أو مش بلاش يعني but at low price. So what happens, and they are not also sometimes not accompanied by formal extension to teach them how much fertilizers they should be used at different times. So these could have negative environmental impacts, and also because we are providing a subsidy, a specific type of fertilizer, there is also unbalanced nutrition in the soil. And this subsidy for nitrogen fertilizer is coming from the Egyptian focus on wheat, but this also is leading to less diversification, because of course if we have rotation, for example, more rotation with beans, like Egypt is known for, of course, for consuming food, but we are importing a lot of this of beans. But if we have been planting more beans, there had been more nutrition balance, because bean by nature is increasing the nitrogen in the soil. So this type of system is, of course, having its negative impacts. In addition, of course, less options for healthy diet because it's focusing on a specific product needs. So some of the design features discussed in repurposing debates is linking to climate agricultural, smart agriculture practices, as is done by the United Arab Emirates. Several types of subsidized inputs are provided, which are focusing on climate smart agriculture practices, and the conditional also using smart practices. Also, it could be providing a variety of input options. Another important thing is training on the proper agronomic practices. If you provide the farmers with the inputs, you have to teach them how to use those inputs. Also better targeting, which is also getting done by Egypt now with this, using also technology and the digitalization, the farmer smart cards, which would be a good way of targeting the subsidies. Also, it's very important that when we provide those input subsidies, that we do not crowd out private investments, and because if the government is interfering with providing inputs at lower prices, then it means that we are crowding out private investments. Another type of subsidy, which is important in some countries, and it uses huge parts of budget, like for example in Egypt, on Tunisia, like the subsidies provided to consumer support, providing some food items to consumers at lower prices, and they are universal subsidies, they are not usually well targeted. Egypt now is getting more into targeting, but still a large part of the population is eligible. Is the consumer subsidies. They could reach like 10% to 12% of the total consumption expenditure, or amounting to about 14 to 15% of the value of agricultural production. And for the example of Egypt, they are largely provided to wheat, consuming bread, and also Tunisia is focusing on the subsidy has encouraged consumption of wheat, and while at the same time we are net importers of wheat, but we are among the largest values in terms of per capita consumption of wheat. يعني احنا what we are doing is that we are subsidizing the foreign countries. You are subsidizing the consumption of bread, which is using imported wheat. So this is one problem with this type of subsidy. And when we see also its impact on health, we are supporting high-calorie, less nutritious food. So we did some estimates by FAO on the hidden health costs per capita. It's about of the agri-food system. It's about $1,118 per capita, which is almost close to the cost of a healthy diet. It means what? We mean that what we are the cost of a healthy diet is almost equivalent to the cost of of unhealthy diets, like people not consuming healthy food is almost equivalent to the cost of providing healthy food to people. So we should do something about how we can direct our spending and get people to consume healthy food. Okay? يعني احنا بندفعه لان اللي الناس الدولة بتتكلف، او الحكومة، مش الحكومة، talking about the country as a whole، اللي بتتكلفوا علشان الناس بتاكل غذاء غير صحي قد تكلفة ان احنا اصلا ندي للناس غذاء صحي. So we should take measures or you do something about the consumption subsidies to get more directed towards consuming healthy diets. Also, the one critical issue about these types of subsidy is the political economy. Once they are provided, they are difficult to withdraw. So also this keeps a guy like, taking a lot of fiscal spending, and it's difficult to withdraw without like providing compensation and focusing about the political economy issues. So some of the design features that are discussed in the repurposing debate on this is better targeting. So, but this, in addition to the political economy aspects and the resistance, it has its administrative costs. Also, one important thing is gradual careful reforms with proper communication, as has been done in Morocco. Also, another example which Egypt is trying to get into, but very gradually and carefully, is focusing more on cash subsidies. And then, we are in the new action plan of food and nutrition. There are some options discussed concerning linking it to health outcomes, or idea of in-kind subsidies, like the example of Brazil. Brazil has larger programs of subsidies, cash subsidies, which are linked to health outcomes, and also the school feeding programs of Brazil. It represents like sometimes 1/3 of the nutrition of the school children. And one important aspect of it is that it is linked to local production. And this is very important. So school feeding program subsidies, but with a condition of sourcing food from small local producers. So not our example of some of the Arab countries where we are basically subsidizing imports. Another example is market price support, which I will mention quickly, which we are basically talking about procurement at lower prices. But sometimes this has its negative effects. For example, looking at the example of Tunisia and the subsidies, the market price support to milk, there is little differentiation of the administrative prices according to quality, which has discouraged quality. And also, at sometimes, because we are saying that there is a political economy aspect, those administered prices are usually directed to products which are important for consumer subsidies. So they are difficult to withdraw. So in some years, even there has been negative support. The support, it comes at the expense of the farmers, to the extent that sometimes in Tunisia, in some years, farmers have been smuggling the cattle out of the country. Because of the high increasing costs of production of cattle, and at the same time low administered prices. Of course, also because we are focusing on specific products, there are weak incentives for diversification and upgrading. And the production patterns are not always aligned with comparative advantage. Sometimes we are focusing on wheat or products which we are not having comparative advantage to, like fruits and vegetables. Also, we have the export and output subsidies. They are more limited in the region, but of course we know they have international tight international trade disciplines, and it's more important if we can, especially for the export subsidies, if we can focus them more on measures to increase exports. Like, for example, we know that some countries in the region have problems, even they are banned from exporting some products, especially animal-based products, like the Egyptian cheese producers. When they go to some forums, to some fairs to display their cheese, they just display the package. They are not allowed to export dairy products to the European Union. Why? Because we cannot have a strong traceability system that we can prove to meet the requirements. So it's better if we can direct the subsidies towards meeting the SPS requirements or infrastructure, rather than providing like export subsidies to individual exporters, because usually also it goes to large exporters and there is a low benefit for the farmers. So what are the options for purposing subsidies in the NENA region? One very important aspect is focusing more on public support. Like, what I have been mentioning, the general support services, examples of this agricultural R&D and innovation is very important. Extension and advisory services, we have noticed in recent years that it has been a large reduction in agricultural extension personnel in Egypt. Like, I think maybe in 20 years it has been reduced by 78%, the number of personnel. There is more direction towards benefiting from digitalized extension, but we know we have this digital gap, and not all farmers have access to digital gadgets or can use these technologies. Also, as I mentioned, the SPS and food safety and the quality systems, storage and logistics infrastructure. And why those matters? Why general support services are very important, those public goods? Because they shape productivity, sustainability, and adoption across instruments. Even if you provide input subsidy or any type of subsidy to farmers, it has to be coupled with a good environment for production and for investment. It also influences long system performance and the overall policy and regulatory environment, along with investment in public goods, shapes the level and effectiveness of private investments. Also, here is another example that we have time to import and border compliance. We have usually in the NENA regions, the number is the average hours to import is much higher than on OECD countries. So this is an important aspect to focus on, especially we are net food importers. So also reducing food waste and loss is an important aspect that we can focus on. Also, it is very important to look at repurposing and market value chain coordination. Why market and value chain coordination is important? Because it translates production into income quality and diversification. It can influence availability and stability across and access for consumers. It can reduce losses and inefficiencies across the system. A key aspect of this is aggregation and cooperatives. I think, it has been in the debate a long time, is that we need to strengthen the work of cooperatives and aggregation in the MENA region, and it's very important. We have several examples in Egypt and Saudi Arabia about the importance of enhancing the work of cooperatives and aggregation and improving access of farmers to markets. We have an example of the UAE of shortening the value chain for farmers through some digital marketing apps. Also, contract farming and the coordination mechanisms could be a good option, in addition to, of course, the quality grading standards and certification. Also, branding and origin linked. I mean by these geographical indications like harissa, for example, in Tunisia. Also, it has been discussed a lot today with my colleagues, the importance of agricultural finance. It's an important and to consider the specific nature of agriculture in finance, because some of the farmers might not have the collaterals to provide or the documents to prove. Also, the longer cycle of investments in agriculture. Those are all aspects that the specific nature of agriculture should be considered, and we have this example of Morocco and Tamwil Filahi, and the examples that has been mentioned today by Dr. Al-Qahtani about Sudan, about the importance of agriculture insurance. Agriculture carries a lot of risk, especially the climate risk or other risks. So it's very important to provide agricultural insurance to farmers, and this is a bit lacking in the region. Also, source of public guarantees to de-risk the portfolios and crowd encourage the investments in agriculture for the MENA region, for smallholders and even for larger companies, is de-risking the investments in agriculture and improving the finance environment, because it's affecting every aspect of the investments and also affecting farmers' benefit from the different subsidy instruments. Also, coming again to risk and the transition instruments, it's very important that when we do the repurposing, is that we, now government maybe has done its plan for repurposing agricultural subsidies. It took a distance lens and designed a package or a plan for reforms and improving agricultural subsidies. But there should be some transition mechanisms to decrease the risks and the impacts of those reforms, like income smoothing practices, predictable income smoothing mechanisms, value chain linked finance, insurance, again, temporary income safety nets and decouple payments to stabilize incomes, blended finance approaches, and other types. So coming here, we have been talking about repurposing. But can it happen, or there are examples in the region? Yes, there have been some examples. So I'm not talking about something theoretical. There are experiences for the regions. There is a feasibility check. An example of this is Morocco. There has been repurposing towards a comprehensive package of green technology and public goods, coupled with market support at various systems and water policies. And this is very important. If you are providing subsidies or some types of support to improve the efficiency of water consumption, you have to combine this with water policies and policies to control the overall amount of water consumed. Because what happens sometimes, because now the production is becoming more efficient in water consumption, we have what is called Jevons paradox, is that because of efficiency, you are increasing production more and more, so you are losing the benefits of efficiency. So you have to be combining well with other policies. And of course, as I mentioned, finance adapted to the nature of agriculture. And very, very important, the sequencing and adaptation in implementation. You have to do the implementation gradually. And also you have to sequence this implementation, as I mentioned, and to be adaptive. Like, you have put a plan, but some events come in the middle. So you have to have our repurposing policy adaptive enough to new events. So finally, we can come to the 6S of agricultural support repurposing, but before those 6S and those assessment, is very important to start with mapping the agricultural subsidies. And this has been, sorry, I didn't mention that, but the example of Jordan is that they started with mapping of the agricultural support, and we have in FAO this methodology of MAFAP, if you have heard about it, we're mapping of the agricultural subsidies or the agricultural incentives database, which is starting work now in the NINA region. And what I mean by those ag incentives, we are mapping the different types of agricultural subsidies, and not only the visible spending, it is considering also the hidden spending, like if you are, for example, the subsidies to water, the things that they do not have price, is giving price to the agricultural support which does not have price, like subsidies to water, or the impacts, for example, of unhealthy diets, or the environmental impacts. So it's very important first, before any repurposing policy, to map the amount of agricultural support from different aspects, hidden and visible costs of the subsidies. So coming now again, sorry, it was a 6S of the agricultural support repurposing. Of course, we should be considering sustainability. We should consider the food security and healthy diets. So, smallholder farmers and vulnerable populations should be considered. As I mentioned, there should be key transition mechanisms and safety nets for those smallholders, and mechanisms tailored to smallholder farmers, as, for example, the memorandum of understanding that has been signed now with, by FAO, which relates to the smallholders, and very, very important, of course, specific national and local priorities. We have provided some example, but we should know that one size fits all is not possible. We have to consider the nature of the country and the specific nature of localities and the different parts in the country. And we have this example, that's overall development plan in Tunisia, which is starting with a bottom-up approach, as been discussing with Dr. Leila today. It's very important to consider the specificities of localities. System thinking, which has been explained by Tamash today, is very important to ensure coherence across instruments, attention to trade-offs and energy, and agri-food system level functions over time. And very importantly, the sequencing within policy space. You cannot do just the repurposing abruptly. We need to consider the political economy risks, as I mentioned. It's very important. The gradual coordinated adjustment of instruments, considering policy space, fiscal constraints, and of course, very importantly, the operation within the World Trade Organization rules, because I didn't have time in this presentation to mention them, but there are some policy instruments which cannot be applied because of WTO rules. And finally, an invitation for reflection for our audience today, opportunities for regional support. Across the NENA region, agricultural support policies pursue shared objectives that have been always mentioned: food security and nutrition, affordability, farmer livelihoods, resilience, and sustainability. There are some areas of support which naturally lend themselves to cross-country approaches, particularly where benefits extend beyond national borders, like, for example, cooperation in pest management, or in research and R&D, or climate impacts. Those are all impacts or outcomes of the agri-food system which extend beyond the borders, or animal disease, for example. So all those are all impacts that should be considered and done collectively. And those opportunities, of course, lend them to regional public goods which strengthen national policies rather than replace them. And I didn't put in the slides, but it has been in my mind and floated a lot today in the morning discussions and the early afternoon sessions, the regional integration, the Arab integration, and what we can do to encourage investments among Arab region, and ensuring coordination and collaboration, and building on the comparative advantage of each of our countries. So some opportunities for our reflection that you could discuss or provide examples from your knowledge or experience. Where could regional support to agriculture, R&D, and innovation add value to national efforts? What other types of work, from your point of view, Which areas of regional perspectives complement national policy design while fully respecting national priorities? So third question is more of an open also question for you. Like, what do you think we can do to repurpose support? Also, we should not only focusing on the country policy, but from a regional perspective. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Azza, for repurposing the time. Oh, sorry, no, repurposing the subsidies presentation. Yes, the time was repurposed as well, because we wanted to have some questions and open discussion. Thanks a lot. I think it is important aspect, but please don't say not to subsidize the food in Egypt. We have to go back to Egypt. We won't be allowed to go there. Okay, now that's a big political economic question, actually, because that's what I was saying. It is that how much you weigh the political cost of certain decisions, and that becomes quite a problematic thing. Now, in Egypt, staying on the Egypt, 42% of the calories are met by the bread, aish. That's why it's called aish. By the way, the non-Arabic speakers may not know what aish word, it is basically hayat, life, sir. It's basically the life, so which is true, I mean, as a society, but think about the long-term nutrition cost of that and the public health cost. If 42% calories are coming from the bread, but bread has to be subsidized. Now that's the second part of the equation. Everyone knows that it is over-subsidized sector, but can you not subsidize? That's a political cost. So these are very genuine, public policy questions, and governments are not in an easy position to do that. But of course, there has to be a discussion, there has to be a gradual process. If not one area, the other area, and so on and so forth. All right, so that concludes our presentations. We know a big, let's say, award goes to people who are still not sleeping. That means you are genuinely interested, and we are really grateful for that. No, I think the idea was to instigate some of the discussion points and share this knowledge that have been generated with, of course, it's like a co-creation type of things. But when we say co-creation and the audience, because this is not just the audience, you're all experts in your areas, we would like to hear from you some comments or questions or reflections on this. So I was told that we are not allowed to go out until we have at least 7 interventions from the audience. So choose yourself. Who is the volunteer? Who's number 1? Wow, 1 is going. The doors are locked, sir. They won't let you go out. Okay. Thank you so much, doctor. You are the savior. Now let's have a quick reflection if there is any points. Of course, I'm just on the lighter side. If there are any questions or reflections, and then we'll come towards the close. So where is the microphone? I think even our support people have left by now. So we'll try to be very quick. What you said?
Thank you so much. Actually, as an Egyptian, I have a reflection actually regarding the subsidy. The problem with the subsidy is usually it's misallocated and misused for sure. So talking about subsidy, all of us know that the bread subsidy usually does not go to people who deserve. And if you have some studies, you find almost 70% of the cost of subsidies goes to some people who do not deserve it. So this is an ongoing, actually, argument. So when you talk about technicality, I can say completely no subsidy. But when it comes to politics, it is a different issue. So you have to talk it, even you have to communicate it very delicately, whatever. Like what I say, during, we used to subsidize gasoline, for instance. Can you imagine that, for instance, our friends from Germany or from United States or from Great Britain come to Egypt, they drive their nice cars, big cars, and Egypt subsidized their gasolines. Give me any reason for that. So the same thing, by the way, happens to the bread. All these guys who somehow, it is not a small percentage. This is a very big percentage from this subsidized flour actually goes to businessmen and people who own business, who do not go to the, so this is ongoing argument, but I can see that Egypt has been taking huge steps in doing what in transferring its subsidy system instead of commodity system into a monetary system, which is going to be a little bit help. Regarding bread also, why, if you go to the subsidized bread, you find the huge lines of people are lying around to have their bread. But if you go to the other side of the street and it is not unsubsidized bread, you have no line. This tells you, this is an indicator that there is misallocation and someone is benefiting from the poor under this huge propaganda of, well, we are subsidizing the poor. We are not subsidizing the poor, really. More than 70% goes to the rich, not the poor. Okay, so this is ongoing, and it is not easy discuss. It is not easy topic to, in terms of politically, I mean, to discuss commonly. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. 100% agreed with you. The issue is, of course, one is the allocative efficiencies, as it is said, but second is the equation, because it is not just political economy, it is the social side as well, because of the affordability and all of that. But thank you so much for highlighting. Of course, I know that Egypt is moving towards the monetary compensation of the ration systems, but again, there is a political cost of that, because, and probably I think governments will be moving towards that side, and that is the premise of this study or our efforts, is that we know, everyone knows that certain areas have to be subsidized. Let's accept it as a reality, because we are in these societies, in many of the countries where we have to subsidize food. That's a simple thing. It's not bad. But how and how much, that is the question. So it needs a collective reflection. There is no one size fits all. It is very easy to say, purely from an economic perspective, to do or not to do, but over here in the food security, we know that economics does play a role, but it's not the only decisive factor. All right, thank you so much, sir, for your contributions, but since this comment was so good that you filled the space for the 7, so we got green light over there that we can leave. But thank you, Shakti. You will compliment with that. We have here.
Hello. Yeah. So I wanted to highlight on the subsidy part also. I think one point that adds to subsidy is also mismatch between supply side and demand side. So sometimes it happens is when we obviously government is providing the subsidy, but from the receiver end, sometimes it is of misuse of subsidy also. There is with, since I did one study, and through that, since the farmers realized that they will be subsidized, they will be paid for the underpayment, and they try to oversupply the commodities. So I think like it is also important to understand the balance between supply and demand also, and also to decide the right target audience, like who should we provide that subsidy and who should be not. So obviously, like when we talk about such policies or these subsidies, it is always provided to some subset of people. So deciding that subset of people is also important when we are deciding about the subsidies. So.
Thank you. Very valid point, and absolutely, because subsidies, by the way, is not just a light subject. Do you know what is the overall size of the subsidies in the context of the WTO? You know the figure that is quoted, even that can distort the trade globally. It is over $700 billion per year. I repeat, $700 billion. That is a huge number. Of course, large part of that people would say it is the green subsidies or the green box subsidies, as we say, but still, these are subsidies. So how do you manage the subsidies? And there are, by the way, subsidies that we call in the trade language, the blue box, which are subsidies for not producing. So that might be a news for some people. There are subsidies some countries do give, which are subsidized for not producing something in order to manage the markets. So subsidy is a very serious business, I would say. It's not just, it should not be taken as just a support to the consumers or something. It does play the whole dynamics of the agri-food systems or agriculture sector and the food in general. All right, thank you so much for the comments. I know that we have exhausted our energies, our food supplies were oversupplied food. It was a hugely subsidized conference from a food supply perspective. There is a lot of food loss and waste, and if we do not contribute our share for eradicating food and loss, we will be blamed. So once you leave the room, please, contribute towards reducing the food waste. Eat whatever you can, drink whatever you can. But on a serious note, thank you so much. I think the most important is the food for thought, that we need to continue as the dialogues, as the shared understanding, and the benchmarking of at least the perceptions. How do we reach towards transforming the agri-food systems? It's a continuous process. It can never be over in one day, and there will be no magical solution. It has been going on. But I think people like all of you, and our role is that we continue this discussion, we continue this beacon of the light so that we find the transformative solutions as much as possible at whatever speed that is possible. So with that, although I had some questions for the panelists as well, but I think if audience or the participants are not willing, then we would spare you. And I know that you will be very happy with me on that because I'm known for very bad questions. With that, a big thanks to all of our panelists and expert speakers, but more important to all of you for your time, and hope to see you outside at the coffee break as well. Thank you so much, and wishing you all a very good evening. See you all tomorrow.